Good morning, everyone. I hope that you are well. You, your family, and friends are well. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. As many of you know, the governor has recently signed Public Act 101-0640, making certain amendments to the Open Meetings Act so that we, along with other boards and commissions, can continue to host virtual meetings during this COVID-19 public health emergency, provided that certain conditions are met. One of those conditions is that I, as head of the Chicago Plan Commission, determined that an in-person meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is not practical nor prudent. I want to make sure our virtual meeting meets all of the conditions of the Open Meetings Act as amended. Therefore, I am making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 72 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is not practical nor prudent. Similarly, I'm also making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 7E5 that because of the disaster as declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Chicago Plan Commission or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place inasmuch as there is no physical meeting place. Before we get into the full meeting agenda for the December 16th, 2021 Chicago Plan Commission meeting, I would like to ask everyone that because we are meeting virtually, please be mindful of your surroundings in terms of noise. Please remember to keep yourself muted when you are not speaking. The meeting is being recorded and also live streamed for public viewing. Lastly, if you are an active participant in the meeting, especially if you are speaking, please do not watch the live stream as this will cause audio interference. Thank you. I want to also quickly provide guidance to those who have pre-registered to provide testimony on the cases presented for public hearing today. Those who requested to testify at the Plan Commission today should have already submitted testimony forms, which included the speaker's full name and address, as well as a public hearing item number and those forms having gathered by staff. I would like to remind our presenters to be mindful of their presentation length and to stay on point in a concise and efficient manner so as to respect the time of all in attendance. Out of respect for others, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. When your name is called, your microphone will be unmuted to allow you to make your comments. The public comment portion of the meeting is not a question and answer session of staff or the applicant, but an opportunity for attendees to voice their opinions on a particular proposal. And out of respect for others, please do not interrupt or disrupt the speakers. Any individual who disrupts the presentation or any subsequent comment session may be muted and removed from the virtual planning session. With that, let me go to roll call. Commissioner Barkley. Not present. Commissioner Biaggi? Not here yet. Commissioner Brumfeld?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett? Not here yet. Commissioner Cordova is here. Commissioner Cox?
Here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Escadeño?
Here.
Thank you. Welcome. Commissioner Flores?
Here.
Great. Commissioner Garza? Not here yet. Commissioner Lyons? Commissioner Lightfoot, read it for the record. Commissioner Lightfoot, not present. Commissioner Lyons?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Not here yet. Commissioner Novata? Some of these folks I'm sure will be joining us. Commissioner Osterman? Not here yet. Commissioner Penjito?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Searle?
Here.
Present. Commissioner Shaw?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Sposato? Not here. Commissioner Tunney?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Villegas? Not here yet. And Commissioner Wagaspak, I saw that you are here.
Yep.
Great. Thank you. Okay. We will now approve the minutes from the November 18th, 2021 regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting. The minutes were distributed prior to today's hearing. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission held on the November 18th, 2021?
Moved by Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you, Commissioner. Seconded by?
Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Commissioner Moore. Okay, roll call we must do. Commissioner Brumfeld?
Here, struggling to get off of mute. My apologies.
That's okay. So that's a yes for the minutes.
Yes.
And Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox?
Abstain, I was not here.
Okay, Commissioner Escudero?
Abstaining, I wasn't here.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Flores?
I was also not at the last meeting.
Uh,
Abstain.
Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
Commissioner Pinheiro?
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Commissioner Searle?
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw?
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney?
Yes.
And Commissioner Wagaspak?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. The mo-
Madam Chair, I should also abstain. Commissioner Brumfield was not at the last meeting as well.
Okay, that's
My
right.
apologies.
That's right, you guys had an event that day. Okay, thank you. Motion does pass though, and minutes are passed. Next on the agenda is proposed Chicago Plan Commission meeting calendar for the 2022 calendar year. Do I have a motion to approve the proposed Plan Commission meeting scheduled for 2022? A copy has been distributed previously to Plan Commission meetings, and I assume, no, it's also up on the web, or will be.
It will be as soon as we vote. Yes.
Okay, fantastic. All right. It's usually the third Thursday. Do I have a motion?
Moved by Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you, Commissioner. Seconded by?
Commissioner Tunney.
I got Searle first. Thank you, Commissioner Tunney. Commissioner Brumfeld,
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Escudero,
Yes.
Commissioner Flores,
Yes.
Commissioner Goddess is not here. Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Pinheiro,
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
Commissioner Searle. This is for the
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney,
Yes.
and Commissioner Wagaspak.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. So that calendar then will be up on the web for the public to view. Prior to commencing the public testimony and regular business listed on the agenda, we do have 3 cases for which the applicant is seeking a deferral. First item, seeking deferral, is listed as D5 on the agenda. A proposed residential plan development submitted by Bel Ray Limited Partnership for the property generally located at 3150 North Racine Avenue. The applicant proposes to change the zoning from M1-2, Limited Manufacturing / Business Park District, to B2-5, Neighborhood Mixed Use District, and then to a residential plan development. The applicant is proposing to renovate the existing 70-unit single-room occupancy building and construct an addition to provide a total of 95 single-room occupancy units, provided that up to 10 units may be one-bedroom dwelling units. There will be no off-street parking spaces. The maximum building height of the building will be 43 feet and 3 inches. This is application numbers 20041. This is in the 32nd Ward. Can I get a motion to defer this item from the current Plan Commission meeting?
Moved by Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you,
And
Commissioner.
seconded by Tunney.
Thank you, Commissioner Tunney. Commissioner Brumfeld, roll call. Commissioner Brumfeld.
Here.
Thank you. I assume that's a yes.
I'm
Commissioner.
sorry. Yes. My apologies.
Okay.
Tough morning this morning.
Yeah, no, I get it. Plus, we're meeting an hour earlier too, so I'm sure you already had meetings even prior to this. Commissioner Cordova is yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Escudero.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores.
Yes.
Commissioner Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Pinheiro.
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw.
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
And Commissioner Wagaspak.
Yes.
Thank you very much. That motion passes. The second item, the seeking deferral, is listed as D7 on the agenda. A proposed amendment to the institutional plan development number 833 submitted by Alderman Michael Scott Jr. of the 24th Ward for the property bounded by West Ogden Avenue, South Holman Avenue, the alley next southeast of and parallel to West Ogden Avenue, the alley next north of and parallel to West 21st Street and South Trumbull Avenue. The applicant is proposing to remove 26,792 square feet from the exiting plan development boundary. No other changes are contemplated to the remaining institutional plan development number 833 as a result of this application. This is in the 24th Ward. And can I get a motion to defer this item to a date certain of the January 20th, 2022 Plan Commission meeting?
Moved by Commissioner Shaw.
Searle.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Burnett is here.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you, Commissioner Burnett. I'm sorry, who was that, the motion that gave the motion?
Why don't you use Searle? I had motion too, and then I'll be a second.
All right, perfect, thank you. Okay, roll call for this vote. What we're doing is we're working on a deferral. I don't know if you were here long enough to hear the item. I suspect you were, Commissioner Burnett, but let me go to Commissioner Brumfeld first for a vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Burnett. Okay, Commissioner Cordova is yes. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Escudero?
Yes.
Commissioner Flores?
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
Commissioner Pinheiro? Please say it. Please say it.
Pinero. Pinero's a yes.
Thank you, Pinero.
Yeah.
Commissioner Pinero. Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Commissioner Searle?
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw?
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney?
Yes.
And Commissioner Wagasbach?
Yes.
Motion passes. The third item seeking deferral is listed as D8 on the agenda, a proposed residential business plan development submitted by the applicant, East Lake Management and Development Corporation, for the property generally known as it's contagious, Commissioner Brumfeld, 3401-23 West Ogden Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from plan development number 833 to a B3-3 community shopping district, and then to a new residential business plan development. This will allow for the construction of a 6-story, 74,798 square foot mixed-use building with 64 units of housing, 5,972 square feet of ground floor retail space, and 19 parking spaces. This is item 20852 in the 24th Ward. Can I get a motion to defer this item to a date certain of the January 2022 Plan Commission meeting?
So moved by Pinero.
Thank you, Commissioner, and seconded by,
Commissioner Shaw.
thank you, Commissioner Shaw. Commissioner Brumfeld,
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett. All right, Commissioner.
Yes, yes.
Okay, Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Escudero,
Yes.
Commissioner Flores,
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Pinheiro,
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
Commissioner Searle,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney,
Yes.
and Commissioner Wagasbach.
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. That motion passes. We will now take public testimony for the items remaining on the agenda today. The following 5 people have signed in to speak on items today. When I call your name, please wait a moment until you're unmuted and you may proceed to speak. Please be reminded that you have 3 minutes to speak. First speaker is Butler Adams for item D1, followed by Mark Kaplan, Paul Siegel, and Ruth Castillo for item D3, and then Steve Simmons for item D10. That does conclude the list of those who completed speaking forms. Let me go first to Mr. Adams for item D1.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Butler Adams, and I just wanted to say I'm offering my support for the 1245 West Fulton project, which is Sterling Bay, going up in the West Loop, basically in the industrial corridor that's been rezoned. I like this project. It's a nice tower. It has a nice grid. It has a nice flow to it, and I continue to be impressed by the velocity of development in the West Loop. And for someone who has followed stuff like this for 20 years, I really haven't seen things grown like this fast. I remember the South Loop when it took off, but I've never really seen anything like what's happening in the West Loop, and it's exciting to see. I love the multitude of designs and developments going on, and I know there are a lot more to come in the future. Regarding this particular project, I do like how the tower itself meets the ground. Personally, I think there need to be a few more trees added along the Fulton Market side. That side seems just a bit seems to be a bit more barren than it needs to be, and has more hardscape than it should have. So I hope that more trees could potentially be added to the north side of the building. I'm just going to always continue for there to be more density purchase and units built in this area. This is the central area, and the more opportunities that these developers have to actually purchase density, well, that's more opportunity to have for more additional affordable units. I believe this project's going to have about 70 affordable units, I believe, on site. And the more opportunities these developers have to buy density, that's more investment and more funds flowing into Invest Southwest. And that's taken off as well with a lot of different investments around the city itself. So the more density and purchasing of density in the central area, the better for the entire city as a whole. I'll just say to Sterling Bay, please continue to use different architects on different projects. It gives a diversity. I would certainly love to see a Genie Gang building sometime in the West Loop, so maybe that can happen as well. For this building, again, I believe the balconies are very nicely integrated to design as well. They're not just tacked on. Again, the tower itself, for me, has a very nice grid and nice flow to it, and I like it. I was at the Zoom meeting, I believe that was back in July. There haven't been that many changes since, but I like that this project is moving forward as well as others. And I'll just continue, just hope that things continue to move forward. I hope that Sterling Bay steps things up. I know they have the ADM site a little bit further west. That's going to be 515. That should be stepped up. And I went to the open house for Lincoln Yards. That's going to be nice as well. So I just want to say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to all of you all on the commission. I will see you all in 2022 or at the casino meeting later. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mark Kaplan, followed by Paul Siegel.
Chairwoman, I'm not sure there was a phone number. I think it's Mark Kaplan, so I've allowed them to talk. Mark, if you are on the phone ending in 2001, can you please press *6 on your phone to unmute? *6.
Okay, looks like he might not be here. How about Paul Siegel?
Paul, I also don't see Paul Siegel, Chairwoman.
Okay.
Chairwoman, Paul Siegel's having trouble logging in. I'm trying to exchange emails with him to get him in. If he joins, I'll let you know, but he seems to be having technical difficulties.
Thank you, Noah. How about Ruth Castillo?
Yes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the Chicago Plan Commission, the applicants, the developers, and fellow Chicagoans. My name is Ruth Castillo, and I'm a registered nurse. I can see the parking lot at 4737 North Sheridan Road from my living room, and I'm very familiar with Sarah Circle and the amazing work that they do around my neighborhood for so many women. I am fully in support of this project, and I hope you approve their request. With that said, I need to speak today about how Alderman Kappelman channeled in lieu of fees to this specific project. Our city cannot allow what took place to set a precedent for future proposed developments. While what occurred is all legal and within the ARO requirements, that does not make it right for our city. Diverse communities suffer the most when powerful and wealthy entities are allowed to be unbridled, and that is exactly what keeps happening in Uptown. I invite all of you to take a step back and look at our whole city. Housing should be a human right, but housing has become an asset for wealthy investors in many cities around the globe, including Chicago. People with lower incomes and people of color are being forced to leave their neighborhoods. Uptown has lost a lot of diversity in recent years. Many of you are well aware of this. I've lived here 14 years and I've seen the changes myself. Rather than encourage the developer of 4600 North Marine Drive to follow the ARO requirements to have 10% of the on-site affordable housing, Alderman Kappelman connected Lincoln Properties to Sarah Circle. This allowed the funds to be moved from 4600 North Marine Drive to about 1,250 feet away at 4737 North Sheridan Road. Lincoln Properties says they are not experienced with doing affordable housing. Is anyone listening? This in lieu of fees is in the ARO is a loophole that allows developers to pass the buck. We need to stop accepting only the bare minimum from wealthy investors and developers who want to build here. Yes, the developers have a right to buy and build, but at what cost? It is the responsibility of this committee to keep our communities affordable. This project at Sarah Circle will provide 28 affordable SRO units to our community. Lincoln Properties is paying a penalty or the in lieu of fee, and instead of building all 31 affordable on-site non-SRO units, they are building 8. That is a net loss of 23 affordable non-SRO units to our community. The alderman and developer have tried to justify this loss, but this is just not justifiable on any level. Several of the projects that will be discussed today have the full required on-site affordable housing. Some have even more than what is required. This is the precedent that should be in place. We need any new developments to be held accountable to the full requirements of on-site affordable units in order to keep our city diverse and keep housing affordable for all income levels. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the time that you took to come and speak with us. Mr. Paul Siegel is here now. Mr. Siegel, would you like to go ahead and proceed? Unmute yourself and proceed.
Yes, thank you. Good morning. I'm Paul Siegel with the Save Weiss Hospital Coalition and Northside Action for Justice. Regarding the proposed 28 units at 4737 North Sheridan, I am 100% supportive of Sarah Circle having additional affordable housing units to offer, but Lincoln Properties must not use the Sarah Circle project to opt out of its obligation to provide 31 affordable units in the 4600 Marine Drive planned apartment building. Having secured an unaffordable, displacement and racial segregation promoting 314 unit building virtually on top of Weiss Hospital, they now propose to add insult and further damage to the injury. It is clear that funds are available for the Sarah Circle units without the disingenuous generosity, so-called, of the Lincoln Kappelman team. We could have had 59 units. We will instead have 36, a generosity worthy of Scrooge. It is time for a reality check. Chicago has lost hundreds of thousands of African-American residents. Uptown, historically a vital refuge for the oppressed, has become 58% white and still counting due to the loss of thousands of affordable units. We are living through the worst public health crisis in 100 years, and there are thousands of Chicagoans in danger of being evicted and rendered homeless. To empty the cities of its poor and to threaten needed medical institutions like Weiss Hospital is insanely harmful to racial justice, ecology, and public health. Virtually everyone with power and influence in Chicago passes the buck. Aldermen in white affluent wards block affordable housing and say build it somewhere else. The current mayoral administration takes no action against this racism. Alderman Kappelman uses the racism of his colleagues as an excuse to proceed with his own deodorized racism light gentrification on steroids, declaring that other wards should accept subsidized unit, not his. The CPC seems to have said in effect, not our problem. We approve projects that meet aesthetic and architectural criteria. I respectfully submit that it is your problem and that plan developments must promote sustainable, diverse, and affordable communities. Uptown still has a sizable, in fact, growing community which understands that welcoming diversity must include those with low incomes. Tragically, that potential bright spot is negated by the free hand given to Alderman Kappelman and the developers. Given the above, I will quote the late Sam Cooke, a change is going to come. I urge the CPC to join those who understand the current crisis and to start by refusing to allow Lincoln Properties to opt out of the affordable units at 4600 North Marine Drive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come down and share your thoughts with us. Did Mr. Kaplan ever make it?
I can't see Mr. Kaplan.
Okay, then let me.
Hello.
Oh, there he is. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Kaplan.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry for the technical difficulties. My name is Mark Kaplan. I'm a member of Northside Action for Justice and the Coalition to Save Weiss Hospital. I have lived in the Uptown community and worked with fellow residents to fight to stop gentrification and displacement and build a community that was affordable and diverse since the early 1970s. On behalf of my organization, Northside Action for Justice, we are here to say that we are totally in support of the Sarah Circle development that is being proposed for 4737 North Sheridan Road. However, we are totally opposed to the financial instrument of the quote donation of $3 million from Lincoln Properties to help fund the project. To be clear, this is not a donation. It is an investment so that Lincoln Properties can buy out of its obligation under the Affordable Requirement Ordinance to provide an additional 24 units of affordable housing in its proposed luxury development at 4600 North Marine Drive. It's an investment to be able to have a richer, whiter building population. It is an investment in racial segregation and gentrification. We know that the city has the ability to provide the funding directly to this project. We know that the city says that equity is one of its, in housing, is one of its primary goals. And then in fact, the city is providing a number of resources to other projects. I want to raise 4 facts that speak for themselves. In the year 2000, Uptown's population was 42% white and 50% Black, Latinx, and Asian. The 2020 census shows that the greater Uptown community is now 58% white and 42% Black, Latinx, and Asian. Another fact is that the area median income was $45,000 in 2000 and now is over $70,000. The third fact is that over 50% of the renters in Uptown are rent burdened. And the fourth fact is that 90% of the families who send their children to the local public schools qualify for free or reduced lunch, which means that they are low-income families. I would ask the Commission, how does the loss of 24 units of affordable housing help our community or the city? We are urging you to approve the proposal with the condition that the funding not come from the buyout, but from other available sources. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A couple of things. One is Commissioners Barkley and Novata are here for the record. They've joined us. And then secondly, no, I'm a little bit confused because on some of this testimony, it's making reference to a project that I thought already came before the commission. There were some no votes, but it did pass the commission already, as I understand it. So can you clarify some of the public testimony for us?
Sure, that's correct, Chairwoman. So the project that some of the speakers are referencing is 4600 North Marine Drive. That was part of a proposed plan development amendment to Plan Development 37 that was reviewed and approved by this body back at the July Plan Commission, and then subsequently by the full City Council also in July of 2021. That project is not requesting anything additional, and it has no relation to the agenda today. The item that the speakers have signed up to talk about is a lakefront protection only application that is on the agenda. We'll present it later today for Sarah Circle at 4737 to 47 North Sheridan.
Okay. And then we will discuss that further and take into account any references made. Okay, last public speaker, Steve Simmons for item D10.
Good morning, Chair Cordova, members of the Plan Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the proposed rezoning at 1690 North Elston Avenue. My name is Steve Simmons. I'm the Director of Business and Economic Development at North Branch Works. We are a membership-based neighborhood economic development nonprofit organization. For nearly 40 years, we've helped businesses get started, grow, and be able to offer high-quality jobs to Chicago residents. The property at 1690 North Elston is located within our service area. The proposed rezoning from M33 to C33 will allow for the construction of new office space in the building to be used entirely for offices. Although we usually advocate for the preservation of land zoned for industrial use, we support the zoning change because it would still allow for light manufacturing and other job-creating businesses. Approving this change would strengthen our work to attract businesses that provide head-of-household jobs to Chicago residents. In addition, North Branch Works is especially encouraged by the projected job benefits, such as the creation of approximately 75 permanent jobs and 75 construction jobs. We had an excellent meeting with the applicant and look forward to working with him to attract new businesses, as well as support the existing ones at 1690 North Elston Avenue. We ask the Plan Commission to approve this zoning change. Please reach out to me if we can be of assistance moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you weighing in on this issue. Next on the agenda are matters submitted in accordance with the Interagency Planning Referral Act. Do I have a motion to approve item numbers 1 through 6 under the disposition heading, item numbers 7 and 8 under the acquisition heading, and items number 9 and 10 under the NLAP heading? Do I have a motion?
So moved by Commissioner Searle.
Seconded by Commissioner
Moore.
Thank you, Commissioners. Roll call, Commissioner Barclay. Commissioner Brumfeld?
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova, yes. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Escudero?
Yes.
Commissioner Flores?
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
Commissioner Novara?
Yes.
Commissioner Pinheiro?
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Commissioner Searle?
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw? Commissioner Shaw stepped away for a moment. Commissioner Tunney?
Yes.
And Commissioner Wagasbeck?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Now we will move on to the public hearing presentation portion for matters submitted in accordance with the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance and/or the Chicago Zoning Ordinance. The first item on the agenda is D1, a proposed residential business plan development submitted by 1245 West Fulton LLC for the property generally located at 1245 West Fulton Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from C3-3 Commercial Manufacturing and Employment District /M2-3 Light Industry District to DX-7 Downtown Mixed Use District, and then to a residential business plan development. The applicant proposes to construct a 28-story, 314-foot tall building with ground floor commercial space and residential use above. The project will contain 95 accessory vehicular parking spaces and 199 bicycle parking spaces. A 2.0 floor area ratio bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the planned development will be 9.0. This is item number 20708, and it is in the 27th Ward. Carmen Martinez will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal. And if we're up and ready to go, we can go ahead and start with the presentation.
Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Nope. There it is.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, Chairwoman Cordova and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Carmen Martinez with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposed development is generally located at 1245 West Fulton Market Street and is located in the near West Side community area within the 27th Ward. The applicant, 1245 West Fulton LLC, and their development team appear here today for the purposes of establishing a residential business plan development at the subject site. This request is being submitted as a mandatory plan development application pursuant section 17.80512 and 17.080513 due to the fact that the proposed building will exceed 155 feet in height, contain more than 200 dwelling units, and the proposal will utilize the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund bonus to increase the maximum allowed FAR of the development from a base FAR of 7.0 to a FAR of 9.0. The subject site is located in the near West Side community where the total population change has increased by 35% between 2000 and 2018. This is a stark contrast of a decrease in population of the entire city by 6% in the same time period. The proposed development is located in the northwest corner at the intersection of West Fulton Market Street and North Elizabeth Street in the Fulton Market area of the West Loop. The proposed plan development noted by the red dot is adjacent to the historic Fulton Randolph Market Chicago Landmark District, along with several other amenities. The proposed site is 38,693 square feet outlined in the dashed red line and is currently zoned M2-3. and is proposed to be rezoned to an underlying DX-7 zoning district prior to the establishment of a residential business plan development on the subject site. The site is currently surrounded by a mix of manufacturing, business, and commercial land uses. The proposed development will be placed along West Fulton Market Street on the northwest corner and will activate the street with ground floor retail and open plaza along North Elizabeth. Here is a context overview of the West Loop development where the proposed development will sit. The projects highlighted in light yellow are projects that have been approved by the Chicago Plan Commission. Most recently approved in July was the adjacent east parcel at 1215, noted in item 12, 1215 West Fulton Market with a height of 414 feet and 9 inches. Here's another view of the project that was passed in July and the proposed site just to the west. The project will have 28 stories, 314 feet, and 350 units. Here's a view looking east down West Fulton Market Street. The proposed site highlighted on the left around plan development, highlighted with a red dash line. View A is looking at the existing southeast, and item B is looking at the existing site looking southwest. Here's a view looking west down West Fulton Market Street with the street activated with retail entry, and the podium will be oriented east-west. You can also see the balconies that will start from the east side and a North Elizabeth, where some of the open space that the applicant will describe later in the presentation. The applicant has designed the project to be compliant with the West Loop design guidelines, with the main goal of addressing the character of the West Loop in context-sensitive design to complement the street block facade, along with providing open space. The project further promotes mixed use and mixed incomes. With that said, I will turn it over to Mr. Richard Clowder with the applicant team to discuss the project timeline and subsequent slides.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. For the record, my name is Rich Clowder. My partner, Katie Jenke-Dale, and I represent the applicant 1245 West Fulton LLC, which is a Sterling Bay controlled entity. I'm also joined today by Fred Kroll, Anthony Rosowski, and Kiana Barrett from Sterling Bay, Jake Gay and other colleagues of his at Hartshorn Plunkett Architects, and Louie Abuna from KLOA, our traffic consultant. As this slide indicates, every project in this 27th ward receives robust community input. This application was filed in May, and we've had several meetings with planning staff, meetings with each of the stakeholder community organizations, and a community-wide meeting hosted by Alderman Burnett this past summer. Numerous and significant changes to the plan were made as a result, including as relate to open space, landscape details, and tower design. I'd like to now turn it over to Jake Gay of HPA to take us through the plan, elevations, and design scheme. Jake, please take it away.
Thank you, Rich. Carmen, can you advance the slide, please? What you're seeing on the exhibit here is a neighborhood plan that shows entrances to the building. The main entrances along West Fulton Market are for retail. There's a main entrance along Elizabeth that is a residential entrance, and then the vehicular access comes off the alley. The other thing I'd like to point out here is that the building to the east that Carmen mentioned that was approved in July, you can see that it occupies the southern portion of that site to the east. The proposed design here, this tower occupies the northwest corner. So when you see these two together, you can see that they are planned to be separate from one another, allowing light and vent to hit West Fulton Market. Next slide, please. In this site plan, you can see a bit more detail about the development in question here. There are a series of amenity decks that cascade up this building. The main amenity deck is to the south on the third floor, and then there is a large amenity deck also at the upper roof. There was a comment in the public comments about trees along West Fulton Market, and this does illustrate 3 existing trees to remain there. The idea is to maintain the West Fulton Market streetscape that has been built to date. there is an open space that is publicly accessible along Elizabeth that you can see illustrated here with a few trees. Next slide, please. Looking at the ground floor plan here, you can see along West Fulton Market, which is to the north, there is almost continuous retail along there. There's also some retail space to the west along Elizabeth within that new alley of trees along Elizabeth there. And there's a residential entrance also along Elizabeth, and then the parking and back of house entrances are along the alley, which is a public alley. Next, please. Proceeding up the building, this is the second floor, which is resident parking. All of this is obscured from view, so it's not an open garage, it's an enclosed garage that's covered by opaque glass. Next slide. This is the third floor deck, so this is the main amenity deck that I mentioned. You can see some outdoor uses, green roof, pool deck, various amenity for the tenants of this building. There's also a dog run at this level. Next slide, please. Moving up into the tower, the images on the left are the typical tower plans. You can see the balconies that were mentioned when we were looking at the renderings that occupy all of the tenant levels, the unit levels on both the east and west sides of the building. And then the exhibit in the upper right is the roof plan that shows some additional amenity at the very top of the building. Next slide, please. The elevations illustrate what is predominantly a glass and metal facade with some stone elements at the very base of the building. We like to think of this as a modern take on the Fulton Market aesthetic. So the gridding has been developed to produce an aesthetic that is reminiscent of some of the loft buildings, factory type buildings that have been in this neighborhood for some time, but again with an updated modern take on that. Next slide, please. These are the secondary elevations. So you can see the tower expression is the same on all 360 degrees of the building, and that the base of the building, the podium, along the east and the south, which are the secondary facades, have more opaque materials, less glass. Next slide. This is a programmatic building section that illustrates the stacking of the uses. So you can see along West Fulton Market, there's that retail, and then there's a second level of parking. There's the amenity, and then the stack of the tower, and some more amenity at the top of the building. Next slide, please. These illustrations show the material designations in the form of the facade, progressing from the base on the left to the top of the building on the right. So again, the materials used here are high quality, durable materials, glass and metal predominantly, but there are also some elements of wood looking panels, particularly at the base of the building along Elizabeth, that are visible in the Elizabeth Street rendering that Carmen showed earlier, that bring some warmth and texture, particularly to the street level experience. Next slide, please. In terms of transportation and traffic, as I mentioned, all the vehicular traffic is coming off of the public alley. There's an 18-foot wide alley that's existing along the south, and there are 5 pedestrian entrances, 3 along West Fulton Market for retail purposes predominantly, and then 1 retail entrance on the west, directly under the tower also for retail, and then the main residential entry there, inset off of Elizabeth. Next slide, please. In terms of the traffic study, the high points here, the existing street capacity was deemed sufficient by the traffic study. There is proximity to transit at this location. There is sufficient bike parking being provided in the development. There's also electrical vehicle charging stations intended to be provided in the development. Next slide, please. Responding to urban design, we spent a lot of time working back and forth with the planning department, with the community about how this building meets the ground in particular. You can see active uses all along the street level in the renderings. There's also a consideration for the height of the podium relative to the street. So the frame elements that you see represented here on the 3rd level were added to give the height of the podium a more friendly relationship to the adjacent buildings in existing context. Next slide, please. As mentioned, there is an open space, landscape space at grade along Elizabeth, so north is to the west in this exhibit here. And this is a publicly accessible space that has new plantings, new benches, seating areas, small nooks, decorative pavers in some places, and as mentioned, 3 new trees to create a sort of LA effect as you're walking along Elizabeth. Next slide, please. This illustration shows a series of materials planned for this building, as mentioned. Next slide, please. The building will meet the Sustainable Development Policy. Most of the work being done here is by the 2 Green Globes certification. Next slide, please. And the project will be meeting the Stormwater Management Ordinance. It does apply to this project. Next slide, please. Turn it back over to Rich.
Thank you again, Jake. Very briefly, before turning it back to Ms. Martinez to wrap up, I wanted to spotlight a few of the extensive public benefits associated with this project. In particular, the developer will be providing all 20% of the required ARO units on site at weighted averages of 60% of AMI. In addition, this project is located in the Fulton Market Innovation District, and as such, the city has established a 30% affordability goal. To that end, the developer has applied for an allocation of 4% low-income housing tax credits and is otherwise seeking city assistance and community partnerships in an effort to achieve the goal of 30% affordability. The developer is committed to exploring with DPD and DOH a means of funding an additional 35 units, or a total of 30%, on site, and is working to make this additional goal feasible and actionable. Next slide, please. Finally, this $110 million project is anticipated to create over 300 construction jobs while activating the street front with an elegant building, promoting an enhanced pedestrian experience, and fulfilling the city's MBE-WBE goals of 26 and 6%. Also, nearly $1.8 million in bonus payments will contribute to the city's Invest Southwest initiative and local improvements. Let me pass it back now to Ms. Martinez to wrap up.
Thank you. Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed development would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal is in general conformance with the Fulton Market Innovation District Plan Update and the West Loop Design Guidelines approved and adopted by the Chicago Plan Commission. And it promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. All sides and areas of the buildings that are visible to the public are to be treated with materials, finishes, and architectural details that are of high quality. The proposal follows building orientation and massing guidelines of the Chicago zoning ordinance. It reinforces desirable urban features found within the surrounding area, and it provides inviting, usable open space for the recreation of area workers, visitors, and residents. It supports the City of Chicago goal of meeting the FMID plan update to reach 30% affordability goal for new residential projects, open space, and public art opportunities in this area. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to establish the residential business plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Madam Chair, you're on mute.
I sure am. Thank you. First of all, Commissioner Murphy is present. I want to note that for the record. Secondly, I'm not seeing any hands from commissioners, so let me go to Alderman Burnett for any comment. Oh, there it goes. Commissioner Tunney, followed by Commissioner Reyes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I didn't hear, obviously there's 350 units, but can we talk a little bit about the parking ratio and the electrical vehicle charging stations? please?
Sure. This is Rich Clowder again for the record. I believe that the number of EV charging stations is, help me with the number, Jake. I want to say eight to 10. Is that right? And then there are other EV adaptable stations available as well. The parking ratio is we're providing 95 off-street parking spaces. Yesterday, the zoning committee approved the designation of Fulton as a P street. And therefore, we believe that the parking ratio is in line with what the market will require and demand. This is a transit served, this is a in spirit a transit served location, and so we believe the parking ratio has been established appropriately. Did I answer your questions, Commissioner?
Yes, Rich. Maybe it's more for the department. What is going to be the policy moving forward about electrical vehicle stations in these developments? Because I brought this up in previous meetings, and I don't know if we've heard from the department about what their plan is, knowing that we're supposedly going to get to an all electrical vehicle in the very near future.
So, Commissioner Tunney, it's Noah with Department of Planning and Development. So yes, you as well as Commissioner Searle and I think a couple others have made this point about perhaps looking at revisiting this code standard as we move forward and get into a time where it's even more important to have these stations ready. The current code compliance requirement is that 20% of these parking spaces for a residential building must be either EV ready or EV installed. So in this particular development, Mr. Clowder mentioned that about 8 of them will be EV ready, but then the remaining 11 or 12 to get to compliance will have to be able to be converted to EV use. And that would be compliant with today's standards. As far as where the code goes, it's certainly something that legislatively both our department and the Department of Buildings would have to look at, and it would require a legislative action to adjust the code accordingly.
Well, Noah, as part of the legislative body, I think this should be a priority in first quarter of 2022.
I'll speak.
Happy to co-sponsor that too. So
perfect. Zoning Administrator Murphy's on the call as well, hearing this, so we will discuss further. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Commissioner Tunney, I really appreciate that you raised this issue. And it's fantastic to hear that you'll be doing some follow-up on it too to get some legislative action on it. So thank you very much. Commissioner Reyes.
Yes, briefly. I think this is a good example how we can have private and public funds work together to produce affordable housing to the level that we need. I am very pleased to see that the 20% of the units will be developed on site and that they will weigh an average of income up to 60% AMI, meaning that some of the units are going to be below 60% AMI. That is an amazing opportunity. I hope that the units are also reflect, as I can see here, thank you, the unit type. So we will have 1 3-bedroom that is going to benefit a family. And I think that is amazing. I recognize that they're using public dollars in the form of a 4% low-income housing tax credit, but I appreciate that with that support, they're able to add additional 30 units to get to the 30% affordability. I appreciate that, and I salute the Department of Housing and the developer, because again, with this kind of examples, it demonstrates that it can be done. And of course, I congratulate Alderman and Commissioner Burnett because he is a great model to follow in terms of requesting affordability. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Reyes. Before I go to Commissioner Flores, Commissioner Murphy, were you going to respond on the issues raised by Commissioner Tunney?
Yes, I was just going to add that Alderman Martin is convening a subject matter hearing tomorrow with members, individuals from the mayor's office who worked on the policy or the ordinance that's in place today. So there are actions starting to look at enhancing these requirements.
Okay, great. So I think it'd be important for then Commissioner Tunney to be involved or kept abreast or whatever of some of these developments. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Commissioner Flores, followed by Commissioner Searle.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to compliment the design team on this one. If we could go to the rendering, I think this one is very successful in adopting the guidelines, but also just interpreting them in a modern way. As Jake said, the modern take on it. I love the transparency of the podium and the pedestrian experience. I think this is going to be a great project. And just, thank you for not defaulting to using brick. But yeah, I really like this one.
Great, thank you so much, Commissioner Flores. Commissioner Searle, let's get another architect.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Tunney, for bringing up the parking EV stations again. We need to follow up on this. I just wanted to question, and it's maybe understandable right by this, looking at this rendering. Usually we're asking for trees every 25 feet, but is this a situation where the sidewalk is so narrow that we just can't do that? Or what are the reasons here for no tree? We have the 3 trees, I think, on the one end of the project.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Jake, do you mind responding to that and the strategy here? Just summarize that for the commissioner, if you would.
Yeah, this came up with both CDOT and with the DPD during those review processes, and the direction was to keep the Fulton Street Market design as it is today, and that was per what CDOT wanted to do with the Fulton Street design. I believe it's intentional. There's something, if I recall correctly, about the existing nature or fabric of West Fulton Market that has fewer trees in general than other parts of the city, and was intentionally that way.
Let me get Mr. Safranek to respond to that. Go ahead, Noah.
Yes, Chairwoman, thank you. So Jake is correct in his statement. We did question it, both CDOT and ourselves looked at it. The Fulton Market Design Guidelines and the Streetscape program that's in place calls for it being a historic meatpacking district to respect the types of historical uses that were there, the use of docks that were there along the street. And it calls for the landscape and trees and things to be added on the north-south streets, but to keep Fulton Market historically as it is. So the 3 trees are being preserved and will be maintained and kept, but we had asked them to follow the plan guidelines and not add any additional trees heading eastward.
Thank you. That makes sense. Okay.
You're welcome. Thank you for raising that, Commissioner. Let me go to Alderman Burnett for your comments. Okay.
Thank you. I'm here. Thank you very much. I apologize. I just got in my car. So we this project has gone through the community organization. The West Central Association, we had a community meeting. People in the community are supportive of it. This developer works very well with hiring minority developers. He proposed to have a joint contract with a minority contractor. He hires people from the community. We think this would be a great addition to the area. They're doing their affordable housing. I support this. I ask the committee to support it also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, do I have a motion on the proposed residential business plan development submitted by 1245 West Fulton LLC for the property generally located at 1245 West Fulton Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So move.
By Commissioner Reyes, seconded by?
Pinheiro.
Thank you, Commissioner Pinheiro. Let me go to the roll call. Commissioner Barclay. Not answering. Commissioner Brumfeld.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett must recuse himself. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Escudero.
That's a yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores.
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons. Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Lyons.
Chairwoman, that's recusal.
Yeah, that's another recusal. Sorry. Thank you. Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Moore, Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Novata,
Yes.
and Commissioner Piñero. Now I realize why I was struggling with your name. There's an extra H here on my roll sheet, so we'll need to give him. That was like throwing me
Gotta
off.
clean that
Like,
up, yeah.
what? Just when I got used to the E before the I, then there's an H thrown in here. So, so now that at least I noticed on the participant.
Understood.
So thank you. That was a yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
Commissioner Searle,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney,
Yes.
and Commissioner Wagasbach.
Yeah.
And Commissioner Barkley is a yes.
All right, thank you. All right, congratulations. The motion passes. We'll look forward to seeing this new building along with its affordable housing.
Thanks very much. Happy holidays to all of you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And I'll
Next
remove the
up-
H, Commissioner. That's probably my fault, Chairwoman, on the roll.
That's-
So I'll take the H out.
All right, thank you, Noah. Next item on the agenda is D2, a proposed residential business plan development submitted by the applicant 3914 North Lincoln LLC for the property generally located at 3914-30 North Lincoln Avenue and 3909-17 North Damon Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from B1-2 Neighborhood Shopping District to a B3-3 Community Shopping District, and then to a residential business plan development. The applicant seeks to rezone the property to establish a qualifying transit-served location to allow a new 5-story, 68 dwelling unit building with 27 internal parking stalls, 1 loading berth, and approximately 7,579 square feet of ground floor commercial space along North Lincoln Avenue and Damon Avenue. The item is 20850. It's in the 47th Ward. Catherine Hurd will provide the context overview and the applicant will present the proposal. Ms. Hurd.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, my name is Catherine Hurd with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, 3914 North Lincoln LLC, is here today to request a new residential business plan development for the property generally located at 3914 to 30 North Lincoln Avenue and 3909 to 17 North Damon Avenue, which fronts both Lincoln and Damon just south of the Six Corners intersection with Irving Park and North Center. The applicant seeks to rezone the property to establish a qualifying transit-served location to allow a new 5-story, 68 dwelling unit building with 27 internal parking stalls, 1 loading berth, and approximately 7,579 square feet of ground floor commercial space along North Lincoln Avenue and Damon Avenue. The site is located in the North region in the North Center community area. This is a growing community area with nearly half of the residents working from home, walking, biking, and taking transit to work. This is pre-pandemic numbers. The area surrounding the Six Corners intersection of Irving Park, Damon, and Lincoln is a rapidly changing neighborhood toward an even more mixed use and transit-oriented hub. Since this project seeks a change to B33 underlying zoning and proposes 68 residential units, the applicant is subject to a mandatory plan development, which is why it's being reviewed here today. The property is in North Center. It's within a 1/4 mile of the Irving Park Brown Line station and is also fronting 2 pedestrian streets, Damon and Lincoln, and is a prime location for transit and pedestrian-oriented development. The property is currently zoned B1-2, much like a lot of the wedge-shaped block between Lincoln and Damon here. However, there are several nearby B33 and B32 districts, as well as PD 665 at the corner with Irving Park. The commercial corridors are surrounded by primarily RS3 and RT4 zoning just to the south. The property is shown here, outlined in a dashed red line in this bird's eye view looking approximately northeast. There are some existing buildings located on the property that are proposed to be demolished to make way for the proposed development. Now I'd like to pass it off to Tom Moore from Anderson & Moore to go over the details of the proposed plan development.
Thank you. My name is Tom Moore, and we'd like to thank Catherine and Noah for helping us and guiding us through this process to get us to this point. our team is Porrick Conley, who is the developer and has developed other buildings in this area, and his very talented architect, Jean Dufresne. We've been through a rigorous interactive community process in the 47th Ward, where the project evolved given the community input. And we took a lot of their suggestions and worked them with the Plan Commission staff, worked them into the project. And I would now turn over the presentation to Jean to share with you where we ended up.
Hi, everybody can hear me, right?
We can
John
hear you.
Dufresne from Space Architects and Planners. Again, thanks, Catherine, for all the help on this. I'll walk you through the following slides. So what you see on the left-hand side is the Damon Street frontage, and to the edge of our site, to the right of the left image, is the point of access of the alley, which is just north of Byron. The image on the right is the Lincoln elevation. Most of the buildings that you see on your screen are currently vacant. Actually, they're all empty. There's obviously a vacant lot in the middle. There's, I believe, about 4 apartments that are currently on site, are all unoccupied, as well as all the commercial spaces are also unoccupied. It was previously, for a very, very long time, a plumbing fixture retail location, and they've subsequently closed and moved. So next slide, please. This is the site plan. So you can see at the top is Damon, at the bottom is Lincoln. The L-shaped alley, which connects Byron and Damon, and our property outlined in red. You can also see the majority of the site to the north, which is to the right of your screen, is vacant land. And the large building that sort of connects Damon to Lincoln was ground floor retail for the plumbing store, and then storage for the plumbing store on the upper floors, and then 3 small apartment buildings that had apartments on top. Like I said before, those are also currently vacant and have been for several months. Next slide, please. This is our site in context. So you can see, again, both Lincoln and Damon and Byron to the left. We've indicated sort of the size of some of these buildings. The alley itself currently only serves a small garage behind 3907 North Damon, which is a 4-story building behind us, as well as a garage off of the alley for 1948 Byron, which is a small 3-story building. And just in terms of context, the parking lots at the corner of Irving on the north side of Damon, as well as the parking lot off of Lincoln to the corner of Damon, are all part of that other PD that Catherine mentioned, I think 665. Next slide, please. This is the ground floor plan of our project. You'll see in sort of that pink terracotta color is our interior parking. We're providing 28 spaces, which is 41% parking for the project. Again, this is a transit served location. The loading area is off of the alley. So we're providing that just sort of at the point of intersection of both legs of the alley. We're providing also speed bumps in the alley due to the increased traffic, obviously, through there, which will mainly be our building. We're providing commercial space on both street frontages due to the fact that this project is a pedestrian street on both sides. We're also providing residential entries on both sides so that there's a sort of a corridor through the building. On both locations, they will be a planned loading area for specifically for ride sharing. Both of these locations have already been geofenced with the typical providers. We're also providing bike share station on the Damon side. We're eliminating 2 curb cuts on the street. So in essence, we're actually putting more car parking back on the street, even with the occupancy of a ride share location. We're providing interior bike room, obviously interior trash room, a space for a comment transformer pad, which is always fun on the exterior of the building on our property, on-site management and the typical sort of lobby area, mail room, package room for all of the Amazon packages we all seem to get tons of. Next slide, please. Rendering of the building. This is the Lincoln side. You can see the roof. The roof will only have mechanical equipment and a green roof. All the units in the building have outdoor space. So we didn't feel like we needed one more level of amenity space on the roof. The upper floor, which is the 5th floor, is set back, again, to sort of keep the visible scale of the street more in context with what's surrounding it. There are several taller 4 to 6 story buildings in the neighborhood, namely the bank on the corner of Irving and Lincoln. We've articulated the facade with these deep recesses, again, to sort of break up the length of this building and keeping it more in character with the width of a standard building along the street. Also to provide more outdoor space and sort of eyes on the street, as well as sort of animating that facade. The entire building is masonry. We provided quite a bit of detail, both in terms of brick pattern, as well as limestone on the ground floor, and a lot of glazing on the ground floor as well. And you'll see on this rendering the large recesses on the ground floor. The sidewalk on Lincoln isn't necessarily very wide, so we wanted to make sure that we offered opportunities for a pleasant walk by the building, but as well as an opportunity for some of the potential retailers on the ground floor to use the sidewalk for seating and sort of an extension and a connection to the sidewalk and the pedestrian experience. Next slide, please. Lincoln elevation as well, just from a pedestrian standpoint. This is the Damon side. As you can see, we treated both elevations in the same fashion. They're both as important, and Damon is certainly not currently a very trafficked street, but like we've mentioned before, across the street is a large parking lot, which hopefully will have a development that will sort of bookend ours and eventually hopefully complement and extend that pedestrian street experience more so from Irving and down Damon. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is a typical floor plan. So floors 2 to 4. You can see their unit mix. All of our units are 2-bed, 2-bath or more. We do provide 3-bedroom units. So you'll see the average size there. All the 2-bed units are in so the blue teal color, and then the yellow for the 3 beds, some of which also have a den on top of that. And as you can see, all the grays are outdoor spaces for all the tenants. Next slide, please. The only difference on the 5th floor is that we've set back the street walls at the very top. So additional outdoor space for all those units, but we've managed to maintain the unit count and the bedroom count for all of those as well. Roof will have solar panels, green roof, and mechanical equipment. And like I said, no amenity space on the roof. This is just a streetscape. So you can see our building on the bottom on the Damon side. To the right of our building is the alley. Then the small building is actually a 4-story building. It's hard to see because there's a 4th floor that's sort of set back. That little gap after that is basically the backyard of the building off of Byron. And to the left of our building looks empty simply because it's a vacant lot. The building itself actually faces Lincoln on that particular lot. And then the 2-story buildings that reach to the corner are sort of a very small point triangular shaped building. Next slide. So this is our elevation on Lincoln. So the little Wasabi restaurant on the corner is a single story that occupies the corner of Byron. Then it's that 3-story mixed use building. Our building again with that recessed 5th floor, the 2-story building, and then that landmarked bank building, and then like the opposite side, that bank building also has like rooftop amenities, and then that 2-story building on the point of the intersection. These are samples of materials, so we're planning on red brick and black brick, some stone on the ground floor, and then some metal paneling on the building. Our 2D elevations of the project. That's the north side. So there's a notch in the building for those units. And then we've maximized where we could put windows. The Lincoln side elevation. the alley elevation, so the garage you can see at the bottom left, and then the quite large recess that faces south, which will provide a tremendous amount of light for those units. And then next slide, please. We're seeking about 100, anywhere between 100 and 120 points for the sustainability of the development, whether that includes EVs or bike share, green roof solar panels, storm detention, and all of those factors. I'll leave this one to Tom.
Okay. So as I say, we went through Pork put this property together maybe a year or so ago, and we went through a process with the 47th Ward. As we went through the process, you know, there were comments about the height of the buildings, and as Jean described, we made adjustments on that. There were comments about having commercial on the Damon side, and so we made adjustments to that. The building kept evolving based on all the comments, ending up with the project that Jean has just presented to you. From the very beginning, long before the 20% affordable had passed, Pork had made the commitment to the alderman and the community that he would do 20%, and so affordable. So throughout our initial community meetings, we were expecting to have 14 affordable units. At the alderman's request more recently, however, rather than a 60% AMI, he asked us, would we go for the option number 4 and commit to a 30% AMI at 10% of the units, or 7 units. And so Pork agreed to that. And so this will have a 30% AMI units. We've made adjustments through CDOT and met the MBE requirements at this point. And the project is pretty exciting on a lot of levels. And we're open to your questions. So I think this is what I was just talking about. It is a pedestrian street. These are all the things that Jean really just went through. We've really made, pursuant to or respondent to Alderman Tunney's question, there are both electric stations that will be installed, and then there are others that will be installable or available for installation. And all these other things that John has just gone through.
Okay, thank you very much. So again, for the record, Catherine Hurd from DPD. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposed plan development would be appropriate because it is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood context and zoning. The proposal would bring much needed affordable housing, as well as larger 2- and 3-bedroom units to the neighborhood, as well as new ground floor retail spaces along the Damon and Lincoln pedestrian streets. The proposal is a good example of transit and pedestrian oriented development, which makes sense for this location and its proximity to transit in a walkable commercial district. The proposed urban design is a positive contributor to the neighborhood and sensitively responds to the surrounding urban fabric, as well as creates a welcome interface with the public realm. Please refer to the staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator that this application to create residential business plan development be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hurd. Commissioner Searle, followed by Commissioner Tunney.
Okay, I think I'm losing my memory, but I swear yesterday when I was reviewing this, there was sort of a rounded bay on one of the two elevations, which is now not there. Personally, I think this is much better. I was a little confused about why that bay was there in the first place. So Noah, maybe you can answer this question. I think this looks really nice and clean and, you know, kind of fits the two streetscapes very well.
No, did you want to respond about that bay?
Catherine, do you, I don't know if.
No,
that was
am
an
I
older
crazy?
version,
Okay.
But I looked at the drawings that were on the SharePoint and I'm not sure, there might have been an older version that was about 3 weeks old. I think maybe Jean, if he can talk about the progression, because there were some community comments and there were some department comments that resulted in like the darker top and some of this more sculptured brickwork that came out of it. So I think it's best if Jean wants to just touch on where his design went through the process, because he did also take into account many community comments he received through Alderman Martin's community process.
Do you want that, Commissioner Searle, or are you just happy with that final product?
I'm happy with this. And
I
think I read some of the comments about pushing the top floor back, which is fine. And yeah, I think this is a nice sort of clean version of what I think would maybe have been an earlier version that I thought was what we were looking at.
I think we had about 3 to 5 versions.
Okay,
so
that's probably why I'm confused.
If you're happy, we're happy, because this is where we settled as well. So thank you very much for the comments.
Well, and it certainly speaks to what happens when you go through those different iterations, right? When you get the comments and the developer and the architect respond to the comments, and then you end up with something that a plan commissioner can say, this is really clean. So I think it just points to the importance of that kind of process. Commissioner Tunney, followed by Commissioner Novata.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I saw on an earlier screen that in the demo, are we demoing an orange rated building?
Yes, we are.
Can we see that building that's being demoed, please?
Yeah, let me navigate.
You're going to have to put it back up, Catherine. I think you accidentally took it down.
Oh, okay. Very sorry.
There we go. Thank you.
At one point, I heard that the orange rated part of it is really the bump out on the second and third floor, which is reminiscent of an era. The rest of the building, there's not much to it.
Commissioner Tunney, just for your benefit, this is Noah again. I will mention that we did have historic preservation. Deanna was in our meetings that Catherine had with the development team, and they were involved in the discussions that arrived at this result.
Okay, as a neighboring Alder person, I have to disagree with Commissioner Searle. I think there's too much of this kind of architecture. I mean, it's just, there's so many buildings in our neighborhoods being built like this, and I would have, it's such a two fronts on Damon and Lincoln. I think we could have done a better job in terms of making it a little bit more unique. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Tunney. Commissioner Novata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to underscore something that the development team spoke to because it is an important policy goal for the Department of Housing. This is the second proposal that we've seen that takes advantage of the new ARO opportunity to serve lower income households. And that's really exciting to us because we have long been challenged with the fact that the ARO in its previous iteration was focused at 60% of the area median income, whereas most of the folks who need affordable housing are at 30% and below. And so to have in this case, with the alderman's approval, the push to have all of the units that are on site be at 30% of the area median income is just an exciting shift for us. It really gets at our policy goal of having more of our units serving our largest low income population. So I just wanted to highlight that and thank everyone involved for that push.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Novata. And Commissioner Reyes, you want to comment on that as well?
Just briefly to clarify, I understood from the attorney representing the developer that it's just 10% of the unit at 30% AMI.
That's right. The AMI ordinance has various alternative, groupings, and in this case, one is 20% at 60% AMI, but then an alternative, it was option number 4, is to have 10% at 30%. And the incentive is to, as the commissioner just said, to have this kind of housing available to people with a lesser income on site.
Thank you for the clarification. And I just want to echo what the Commissioner Novata just said. I truly value those 7 units at 30% AMI, and particularly that some of those are going to be 3 bedrooms, which are desperately needed for larger families. So I truly appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I understand we have a letter on file from Alderman Martin.
That's correct.
Okay, and I assume that's in support of the project?
In support, yes.
Well, with that, unless I have any additional questions, do I have a motion on the residential business plan development submitted by the applicant 3914 North Lincoln LLC for the property generally located at 3914-30 North Lincoln Avenue and 3909-17 North Damon Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved, Novara.
Moved by Commissioner Novata,
Seconded by Commissioner Searle.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Barkley.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Brumfeld.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Escareno.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores.
Yes.
Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy. The response, Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Commissioner Pinheiro.
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw.
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Wagasbot. Great. All right. Thank you very much. Motion passes.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Could the planning department send us the chart that shows these, I think these sound new, options for what's allowed or what's asked for in the AMI requirements?
Absolutely. I'll work with staff from Commissioner Navarro with Ricardo Lopez, and we'll get you some fact sheets. And I'll send it to all the plan commissioners.
Because I haven't seen that, so it would be helpful when we're reviewing.
Sure, absolutely.
And also, can we remind all the folks who are getting approved today to be sure and report the minority data, that when Nancy requests that data, that we get some consistency on that reporting back to us? Can we remind the applicants that we passed to do that?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Noah. All right, next item on the agenda is D3, a proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by Sarah's on Lakeside LLC for the property generally located at 4737 North Sheridan Road. The property is zone B3-3 and is within the private use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The applicant is proposing to construct a new 5-story building with 28 SRO units of permanent supportive housing, office space for Sarah Circle staff, and 6 parking spaces. Catherine Hurd will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal. Ms. Hurd.
Thank you. Again, for the record, my name is Catherine Hurd with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant Sarazon Lakeside LLC is here today to request approval of a lakefront protection ordinance application. As was mentioned, to construct a new 5-story building with 28 SRO units of permanent supportive housing for women who are homeless, office space for Sarah Circle staff, and 6 parking spaces. The property is located in the North Region and the Uptown community area. Uptown is an economically and culturally diverse and vibrant community where nearly half the population makes less than $50,000 annually. Over half are one-person households and nearly 70% are renter occupied. More than half of the housing is in larger multifamily buildings with only 6.2% single-family units. Nearly half the housing stock was built before 1940, with nearly 75% built before 1969, and over 40% of the households have no vehicle. And pre-pandemic, at least, over 60% of people worked from home or commuted via walking, biking, or transit. The neighborhood is well served by transit and near many desirable amenities, including the lakefront. However, there are many community concerns regarding gentrification, displacement, and homelessness, especially as the market and demographics shift. Oops. The project is for Sarah Circle, a nonprofit organization that you'll hear more about in a minute. But importantly, this project, labeled as 1 on the map, is proposed between 2 of their existing facilities, labeled 2 and 3 along Sheridan Road. The site is shown here at the corner of Sheridan and Lakeside. It's already zoned B33, and the applicant is not requesting any zoning change. They are here today because the property is located just within the private use lakefront protection zone. And at this point, I'd like to introduce Steve Friedland from Applegate Thorne Thompson to introduce the team and go over the details of the proposed project.
Thank you, Catherine. For the record, my name is Steve Friedland. I'm with the law firm of Applegate and Thorne Thompson. I'm joined today by our development team. Kathy Ragnar, who is the executive director of Sarah Circle, is on. Michael Rohn from Brinshore Development, who is the development partner of Sarah Circle for this, is here. And our project architects from Perkins and Will, Corey Nissenberg and Chris Hale, are on. As Catherine noted, this is a project by Sarah Circle. Sarah Circle, for those of you who don't know, is a not-for-profit corporation whose mission is ending homelessness for women. And a crucial part of the approach that Sarah Circle takes to addressing this problem is the development of supportive housing, which they have done at the other 2 sites that were on the previous slide. And this is their 3rd project along the block. It will serve women who are desperately in need of housing. Before we move on, I would just say that Sarah Circle has worked with Alderman Kappelman for many years, including on those prior projects, and this project was no exception, and they certainly are very happy with the support that he has provided and the guidance over the years. We can go to the next slide. The project is to provide 28 single-room occupancy units for women who are homeless. There are a number of amenities within the building for the residents, including a large meeting room, a demonstration kitchen, computer lab, and laundry facilities, as well as an outdoor terrace. As Catherine noted, there will also be offices in the building for the staff of Sarah Circle. So this really provides them with a wonderful location and an opportunity. We can move to the next slide. The project is funded through a number of sources. We will be getting a permanent supportive housing grant from the Illinois Housing Development Authority. The City of Chicago Department of Housing is providing funding. Sarah Circle itself is providing a significant capital contribution, and it is expected that there will be donation tax credits that will also be a part of this. As those of you who know who've seen these affordable developments before, there's always a smorgasbord of funding sources, and this is no exception. The total project costs are approximately $15.9 million. Next slide. At this point, I'm going to hand it over to Corey to run through the design slides. Corey, are you on?
Yes, thanks, Steve. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So as Steve mentioned, this project here, it's located just south of Lawrence on Sheridan and Lakeside. As you can see, the site is squared off in the blue dashed box here and is currently a parking lot. This project is taking about a third of the parking lot along the corner of Lakeside and Sheridan. You can see from some of the building heights in the area that this 5-story building is well within the context of the neighborhood. It falls just within the lakefront protection zoning space and is in the uptown neighborhood. You can go to the next slide. So here's a rendering of the proposed building from the corner of Lakeside and Sheridan. The design of the building is really around these 3 masses that separate the building. So at the base of the building is mostly public space. That's the brick base on the right side of the rendering. The upper mass of the building is mostly apartments as well as a little bit of office space. And then the core of the building on the north side, on the left side of this image, will house a lot of the back of house spaces. The separating the building into these 3 masses has allowed us to reduce the scale of the building. So on Lakeside, the apartments are set back off the street. And then on Sheridan, the base of the building is set back with provided landscaping to soften the corner and provide some coverage for residents and occupants of the building as they're entering into the building. Next slide. So this is the view from Sheridan looking from the northwest of the building. You can see those masses again separated along with a nice glazed linear element that goes up the building and provides light into the corridor of the building. On the north side of the building, which faces the parking lot, we worked with the DPD quite a bit to liven up this facade, add some brick texture. There's some windows towards the back, but also adding a mural that will run almost the full height of the building and face north, face that parking lot, which you'll be able to see from Sheridan. Here's a view from Lakeside and from the east side of the building. So you can see the apartments overhanging what I'll mention in a sec is a curb cut and a loading area. You can see the alley here on the right, and there are 6 parking spaces on the alley. This exceeds the requirements for SRO units, for the 28 SRO units that we're providing. And all the landscaping as well that you can see at the back that softens and shields the parking from the street. Next slide there. And so here's the view of the curb cut, which we are proposing to add to Lakeside. This is for the loading space, which it will not be frequently used, but is provided for use for the building. So looking at the building in site plan and in context, you can see Lakeside Place along the bottom of this image and Sheridan on the left side of this image. So the entry to the building, the main entry is on Sheridan, about 3/4 of the way up the plan that you can see there. It's flanked by a bunch of landscaping to the south of it, and there's landscaping as well to the north side of the building. I'll dive into the plans in a minute, but walking around the building towards the east end, you'll see the loading space and the covered loading space in the back, which also is adjacent to the trash enclosure. And then there's a rear exit there, as well as a rear exit off the north end for egress purposes, and walkways that extend out to the 6 parking spaces along the alley. At the first floor, you'll see, again, the main entrance is on the left. And there's really 2 elements to this floor plan, and that's the main gathering space, conference space, which is in the middle of the plan. This space is available for tables and chairs for women of the building to gather. There is a desk and chairs on the left side of that space for computers for access to the internet and whatever they'll need computers for. And then on the right side of that room, there's a demonstration kitchen as well. At the Sheridan side of the building, there are 2 office spaces for caseworkers for Sarah Circle. There's additional storage and work areas off of this room as well, toilet rooms, and some back of house spaces. On the north side of the building, you'll see the core of the building really represented in one long strip, and that's repeated up the building. And in this space, we'll have some more back of house spaces, the trash room at the back, utility spaces. And again, you can see the loading space with some with the trash enclosure at the back. There will additionally be some bike parking under this covered area in the rear of the building as well. As we look at the second floor plan, you'll see from the second floor up the rest of the building, the exterior remains relatively similar. On the left side of this plan is office spaces for Sarah Circle. This has 6 different offices in it and a conference room, as well as a terrace accessed via the offices. On the right side of this plan, you'll start to see the typical floor plans for the units. And as we go up, they'll be continuous and very similar to these units. Each unit has a linear kitchen as you walk in to one side. On the opposite side, there's a toilet room. As you move further into the units, they have a closet and the rest of the living and dining area as well. On the north side of this plan, again, you'll see the core very similar to the first floor. But on the right side of this core, you'll see the laundry space. There'll be 1 laundry room per floor for the units right there. And adjacent to that is the trash room, which includes a trash chute, which dumps down into the trash room on the first floor. Go to the next slide. So this is the typical floor plan. This will be the floor plan from 3, 4, and 5. Again, you'll see that the units are very typical to what I just mentioned on the second floor, outside of just some play in the facade, but the units are generally all the same. They will have all the same amenities, same kitchens. The only differences will be between the type A and type B units, which we are following all requirements by the city for those units. So look, this is a building section, a north-south building section. And this really represents the setback from Lakeside. So Lakeside would be on the right side going in and out of the page. And it shows that the apartment units really set back and provide a more human scale building as you're walking adjacent to the building. At the first floor, you see that public space. On the second floor, some of those offices and the terrace. And then the 3 through 5 is the typical units going up the building. Also to mention, there are mechanical units on the roof, but they are very well screened with a high parapet wall. So they will be very, they will not be visible from the street. Looking at the elevations, you'll start to see more of the materiality of the building in these 3 parts. So you'll see masonry, you'll see fiber cement, which is the gray, and you'll see some metal paneling. So at the base of the building, lots of glazing, something we increased as well when we worked through some DPD reviews and speaking with the alderman. We have fiber cement on the upper mass of the building, and you'll start to see stripes where the windows are on the top right of the elevation, and those are going to be metal panels that you'll see wrapping around to the south elevation on the right side. On the left side of this image towards the north of the building, you'll see the stair tower and some glazing, but also without providing too much, we added a metal panel vertical element along that stair tower, as well as some brick patterning. On the south of the building, you'll start to see more of that metal paneling and striping within the windows. We've added more glazing through a lot of the comments that we've had, increased some of the sizes of the windows, and broke down the scale of the upper mass a little bit. We've also added color, introduced a little bit of color into the building, which is these blue insets. And that is also going to be fiber cement, but just adds a little bit of pop in a color that matches Sarah's Circle's logo and brand. At the base, oh, sorry, go back. Yeah, thanks. At the base of the building, you'll see once we turn onto Lakeside, we broke down the scale of the windows to be more residential, while also providing interest with landscaping from front to back of the building so that there's not a lot of blank walls throughout the building. Next slide. Yeah. So this is the east elevation. This is what you'd see if you were standing in the parking area. You'll see that there's a lot of landscaping here that helps provide a buffer to the sidewalk. And you also see some of that striping and glazing wrapping around this side of the building, as well as the core element on the right side of the building. On the north elevation, I mentioned this briefly in one of the renderings. You'll see some windows. Those windows go into the laundry room to provide some light into that space, as well as some brick patterning for texture on this facade. The main element on this facade is the mural that we will add. This isn't exactly what the mural will be, but a placeholder for some mural to come, which will be commissioned to fill this space that runs on the outside of the elevator tower. Lastly, this is the material palette that we are proposing. The main thing to know about this material palette is it falls very well in line with the other Sarah Circle buildings that we have that are on Sheridan. Catherine mentioned briefly some of the other projects. There's 2 other buildings within very close proximity to this building. And this material palette really emphasizes the brand of Sarah Circle and tries to keep all of the buildings for them very cohesive and on brand. So with that, there is red brick, there is fiber cement paneling, and there's metal paneling, all within a similar range of tones and colors. And I'll pass it back to Steve here. And Steve, you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take it back from here. So the project will achieve the sustainable policy of the city. We're currently proposing that we've identified 110 points, but we will certainly meet the 100-point requirement. Go to the next slide. There are significant public benefits for this project. Obviously, the ability to serve 28 homeless women in good, affordable, safe housing is the critical element of this development. I would note that we're going to be adding the property back onto the tax rolls. It's currently tax exempt. There obviously would be construction jobs and permanent jobs created. One thing I would note from this slide, and I think is really critical to Sarah Circle mission, this type of housing has a 98% rate of permanently ending a woman's homelessness. These are women who come into these developments and don't become homeless again. And obviously that's the goal of the organization, and they're very successful at it. Go to the next slide. So we are in the Lakefront Protection District, and we have identified a few of the policies that we think we meet. We certainly think we meet the policies and purposes of the act. This is an increase to personal safety. We do think it creates a harmonious relationship between the Lakeshore Parks and the private development zone. It improves access to the Lakeshore Parks, which is going to be wonderful for the women who live in this building. And it is a coordination of public and private development within this zone. And certainly that is the case here. We're working with a lot of other governmental actors. With that, Catherine, I'd hand it back to you.
Thank you very much. Again, for the record, Catherine Hurd from DPD. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted by the applicant, has concluded that this proposal is in compliance with the applicable policies of the Lakefront Plan of Chicago and the purposes of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance as they apply to the development in the private use zone. So, such as Steve mentioned, the proposal will increase personal safety by improving an existing surface parking lot into a residential development, creating more activity and eyes on the street for this portion of the neighborhood. Proposal is also located in an area with good access to transit, bicycle, and pedestrian facility. Promoting more transit and pedestrian oriented development with low parking like this proposal helps reduce traffic congestion impacts with new development. And the proposal is consistent with the pattern of existing development in the surrounding neighborhood. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application, being in conformance with the provisions of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance, be approved, subject to compliance with the plans presented to you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any questions from commissioners? We do. Go ahead, Commissioner Tunney, followed by Commissioner Escudero.
Yeah, quick question for Mr. Friedland. Sarah Circle is a not-for-profit entity. When you say this property is going back on the tax rolls, I just kind of raised that question to me. Are they going to be paying property taxes on this?
Yes, they will. The project will, will go back on. Yes. I mean, some affordable housing.
It's 100% not for profit, is it not? And
well, but affordable housing is in a sort of an interesting arena because people are charged for their housing, and there are certain projects that can qualify, but that is my understanding that we're not going to be seeking any exemption on this.
Steve, I can speak to that a little bit. My name is Mike Brown. I work with Brinshore Development. We're the development consultant to Sarah Circle, and for affordable housing projects, there's a single purpose LLC that's created. So in this case, we will be creating a single purpose LLC that will be 100% owned by Sarah Circle. So it will be a for-profit LLC that will be taxed.
Okay, well, somebody who has contributed to Sarah Circles over the year, it just seems to me that the good work that they're doing really shouldn't be penalized with property taxes. But that's my opinion. It's not a zoning issue, but it did raise the question in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Escudero, followed by Commissioner Searle.
Just a comment on my end. I think that projects like this that certainly benefit communities in need, and having access to the parks and the amenities along the lakefront are a great way to ensure that all communities are enjoying the benefits of parks and these open recreation areas. So the more we can work to promote access to these important amenities for all residents, especially those that rely on affordable housing, is just great. So I just want to commend and encourage ongoing promotion and ensure that all the communities take advantage of those great benefits that exist on the lakefront. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner Searle, followed by Commissioner Cox.
I just wanted to comment. It took me a long time to figure out, having reviewed the project, where the entrance to the building is. And I just wondered if that was kind of an intentional, subtle entry point, because, these are, maybe not, these are homeless women rather than, someone that's a more normal neighborhood person. It just seems a little bit too quiet over there, but I don't know, maybe there's a reason for this. I was just curious.
Corey or Kathy, would you want to respond to that?
Sure, this is Kathy Ragnar. Yes, thank you, Commissioner. This is intended to be subtle. The women who live there know where the building is, and it is branded with our logo. And as Corey mentioned, the colors and the building design. But we do want to keep a level of subtlety with our facilities.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cox.
Yes, I too wanted to just, one, compliment Sarah Circle and the design team for working with DPD staff to try to balance the need to not bring enormous amount of attention to the building, but at the same time, try to make a more engaged ground floor, more glass, and a little more spirit with the mural. And I think this represents a very good outcome, just respecting the architect's vision, but also the client's need to convey a level of privacy. I also think, and just want to thank Alderman Kappelman for his commitment to affordable housing, in light of some of the conversations we've had this week about aldermen not being great proponents of affordable housing. I just appreciate that Alderman Kappelman recognizes that all people have really a right to live in all parts of our city. And this is, I thought it was a very excellent compromise in terms of getting support for the market rate development that's happening in another location to keep those resources within the neighborhood. So very strong proposal, and just wanted to offer my congratulations to the team.
Noah, thank you, Commissioner. Noah, I have a question. So in some of the public testimony that we heard, you already clarified for us that they were actually speaking about another project that's already been approved by both us and City Council. But was there something else that they raised about this that we need to look at? Because I'm missing something, I guess.
I'm not sure if Commissioner Navarro wants to speak to it, but there was a portion of in lieu of that were paid as an obligation to the project that the general comments were coming from that are going to be used on this facility. And I believe that was their concern. I don't believe there's any concern at all with the proposed project as it sits for Sarah Circle today. It is the direction of those funds. And maybe Commissioner Navarro wants to elaborate on that a little bit.
Okay, that helps. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Sure, yeah, I can. And what I can explain is you all have heard me say many times, what was allowed under the 2015 ARO, is what we're seeing play out here. So under the 2015 ARO, the other project that's not at question today was allowed to do 25% on site and pay out the rest. In this case, so that's what they are doing. And in this case, the paying out of the rest is actually staying in the community in a direct payment to the Sarah Circle development, rather than going to the city, to the citywide Affordable Housing Opportunity Fund, or AHOF, which we then use to fund affordable housing all over the city. So it stayed local and went toward this project. So that's how that's what is being referred to in the comments. I will say as well, just a note that how much we appreciate Sarah Circle as a partner and the work that they do in the community. They've been a great team to work with, and we're very excited about the project.
Thank you, Commissioner. I see that Alderman Kappelman is here with us. Welcome, Alderman. Would you like to state your thoughts on this?
Thank you, Chair. 5 months ago, the City Commission approved a development at $46 that Commissioner Navarro spoke of. Actually helps get Sarah Circle financed. From 1 block north to 1 block south of this site, there are 5 100% affordable high rises, along with 2 other buildings owned by Sarah Circle. And we also have 2 homeless shelters, all within this 3-block area. Uptown ranks number 3 out of the city's 77 community areas with having the most affordable housing in the city. And Uptown ranks number 1 with having the most affordable housing on the north side. And it's very, very important that Uptown continue to do that because of its access to all the different resources that are here. So today I hope to get approval for 2 more buildings, Sarah Circle and another project on Wilson. It's been explained many times that and that I had the Department of Housing weigh in on this, and using an in lieu fee for Sarah Circle latest project actually allows the city to prioritize the use of affordable housing opportunity funds to build more badly needed affordable housing in other parts of the city where there are many fewer options for financing them. And as we all know, it takes a lot of work to pull all the financing together to build affordable housing. The 4600 North Marine Drive development passed through City Council last summer, and next quarter they'll be breaking down ground for their new development. Still, I understand some people have very strong feelings about this, and I can only continue to encourage them to take full advantage of my weekly open office hours so they can speak directly with me about their concerns. Had these 3 individuals who provided testimony today had been willing to meet with me during my open office hours, I could have explained that their ask would require us to go back to City Council to change the ARO requirements placed on the 4600 North Marine development, and that's just not possible. So with that, I asked the Chicago Plan Commission to support this development.
Thank you, Alderman. And seeing no additional questions from the commission, do I have a motion on the proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by Sarah's on Lakeside LLC for the property generally located at 4737 North Sheridan Road, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
Move to pass by Tony.
Seconded, Novara.
Thank you very much. So what do I do on that do pass? Don't I still have to do roll?
We do always still have to do roll, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Barkley,
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfeld,
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Escareno,
Yes.
Commissioner Flores, Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy, I believe, has not.
No, I'm back. Yes, ma'am. I'm a
Great.
yes. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Novata,
Yes.
Commissioner Pinedo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
Commissioner Searle,
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney,
Yes.
Commissioner Wagesbach.
Yes.
Very much. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Chairwoman, can I just add, I want to make a comment for Commissioner Flores because I know this has happened to her in the past, just to let her know we didn't hear a vote from her, so her tech might be out again.
Thank you. And we didn't hear a vote from her
Oh, there
last.
she is. She gave us a thumbs up. Can we accept that, Chairwoman?
Yes, absolutely. And you know what, Commissioner Flores, I don't think we got your vote last time either. Was that one also a yes? Okay, thank you. So if we can reflect this in the record, that'd be great. Thank you so much for catching that, Noah. Next item on the agenda is D4, a proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by Bryn Shore Development LLC for the property generally located at 835 West Wilson Avenue. Property is zone B2-5 neighborhood mixed use district and is within the private use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The applicant is proposing to construct a 6-story, 73-unit senior housing building with 44 parking spaces. LF number 744. This is in the 46th Ward. Paul Reese will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal. Mr. Reese. Or he's up and ready to go. Let's go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Planning Commission. For the record, my name is Paul Reese with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, Bryn Shore Development LLC, is here today represented by Michael Rohn, Tyler Brown from their design firm, Landon Bone Baker, and project attorney, Stephen Friedland. The applicant proposes constructing a 6-story, 73-unit senior housing building with 44 parking spaces within the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The request is being submitted for review by the Chicago Plan Commission pursuant to Section 16-4-100 of the Municipal Code of Chicago. The Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application number 744 is located within the Uptown community area within the 46th Ward. The site is located at Wilson Avenue between Hazel and Clarendon in the city's North Planning Region and within the private use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. According to CMAP's community snapshot data, the Uptown community area has a total population of just over 58,000 people, made up of 54% white, 17% Black, 15% Hispanic, and 10% Asian. The median income for the area is just under $52,000. This aerial shows the property's location near lakefront parks in the DuSable Lakeshore Drive, as well as the Weiss Hospital complex and the CTA Wilson Station just off screen to the west at the top of the screen. The site is zoned B2-5 after a zoning change in July, which is the neighborhood mixed use district, which you can see is compatible to surrounding zoning classifications. And no zoning changes are sought today. It is a lakefront protection only. For the next several slides, Steve Friedland of Applegate and Thorne Thompson will provide additional details on the proposal.
Thank you. Thanks, Paul. So once again, for the record, Steve Friedland with the law firm of Applegate and Thorne Thompson here on behalf of Brinshore Development. Many of you are familiar with Brinshore. They've done a number of projects and created thousands of units of affordable housing over the years. This project is really quite similar to much of what Brinshore has done in the past. They find a location which is appropriate for an infill project, and then they find partners to work with to get that project developed. This project is a really good example of that. The basics of the project are in front of you. It's a lakefront protection approval, 73 units of affordable housing. We'll talk a little bit later about the AMI levels, but there's a variety of income levels going into the building. These are all affordable units. There's 44 parking spaces and significant public amenities. I would ask Paul, if you would just go back a slide. I just want to point out maybe two, I think it's 2 slides. So what you see there is the property to the east, the 2 towers are the Lakeview Towers apartment buildings. I think that Alderman Campbell actually spoke to this in the prior case when he's talking about 100% affordable buildings. Those towers have been there for a long time. They provide 500 units of affordable and moderate income housing to the neighborhood. And it's owned by a not-for-profit residents association. That residents association is providing a significant financial contribution to this development, this affordable development. And I really wanted to call that out because these really sort of go together and work nicely together. Paul, you can move forward to thank you, to this slide. So this, I probably could have done it here. This really shows the relationship to Lakeview Towers. The property will be on the south side of Wilson, just behind those buildings. You can go to the next slide. This just gives you a view of the property as it currently exists. It's just a vacant parcel along Wilson Avenue, and you can see the 2 towers behind it. Let's go to the next slide. This rendering really shows the context of the building along Wilson Avenue. Our entrance is on Wilson. It really is going to provide significant walkable access to many up-down amenities for the seniors who will be living in here. You know, those include a health center, grocery stores, restaurants, various retail opportunities. This is a very quick walk to the Target at Wilson Yard, for example. And in addition, it provides a very short walk to the lakefront, which will also be a wonderful amenity. You can go to the next slide. So the project has been through a number of public and community processes. We have gone through a rezoning and variation process. We got a variation to eliminate the loading berth at the site. And both of those have been certainly in discussion and coordination with Alderman Kappelman. In addition, through the Lakefront application process, we did go through a design review with the department. And I think maybe we'll just move on to the next slide and let Tyler Brown sort of discuss the design of the project and highlight some of the changes that were made.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Tyler Brown, an architect with Landon Baker Architects. This is the ground floor of the building with North and Wilson Avenue to the right side. Note there's no alley access to the site, so all pedestrian and vehicular access is off of Wilson, and special attention was paid to the treatment of the drive with pavers and other elements to enhance the pedestrian experience of that space. The ground floor has 44 parking spaces, including 4 accessible, with lobby, management office, resident amenity spaces oriented close to Wilson. One of the goals of the project is to promote resident physical activities. So the primary circulation is along Wilson Avenue with transparent storefront glazing to help connect the building to the neighborhood as well as animate the street facade. That circulation connects to a visible daylit stair that leads up to amenity spaces and residences on the floors of the building. That lobby also connects to an exterior walking path along the east side of the property that connects to a garden at the southeast corner and south ends of the site. Next slide, please. That path then connects up, back up to a resident amenity deck on the roof of the garage. You see on the lower left-hand side of the plan there. And then back to that daylit stair I mentioned earlier, and resident community and fitness rooms on the second floor that open up to the roof deck. Next slide. The typical floors 3 through 6 all wrap around the north and west sides of the roof deck and include a mix of studio 1- and 2-bedroom apartments, as well as resident amenity and service spaces. Next slide. This is just the roof plan again, showing the main building wrapping around that roof deck in the lower left corner. Next slide, please. Here are the west elevation below and the north elevation facing Wilson above. Again, showing the transparent ground floor connecting and enhancing the sidewalk. The building massing breaks down the scale of the building, and the facades are structural precast concrete wall panels with integral color that use pattern color treatment and details like canopies and sunshades to add interest to the building and give the building a more human scale. Next slide. Similar treatments carry around the south and east elevation shown here. You can move on to the next slide. Building sections, again showing the 5 residential floors above the ground floor podium with parking and lobby spaces. Next slide, again, just showing the relationship of those upper floors to the roof deck above the garage. And next slide. This is a view of the building looking southeast from Wilson, again showing the transparent storefront facing Wilson with pavers, seating adjacent to the sidewalk, fencing and decorative elements to help activate the base of the building and enhance the Wilson streetscape. A canopy protects the main pedestrian entry in the middle of that elevation, and decorative metal panels and precast concrete wall panels provide interest at solid and screened areas adjacent to the public walk. The rest of the base and the upper floors are, again, structural precast concrete wall panels with integral color made from special aggregates and admixtures, surface treatments, as well as opaque stained accent colors. The massing above the first floor bends back away from the property line along Wilson to open up the street to more light and air and a gesture to the Lakeview Towers apartment complex to the east. And similar precast wall panels continue around the sides and back of the building, including on the west elevation, which is very visible in this case because of the from the street due to the low slung health center and parking lot to the west of our property. This elevation also includes colorful trapezoidal sunshades to protect west-facing windows and add interest to that very visible elevation. Next slide, back to Steve.
So thank you, Tyler. As noted, all 73 units are affordable for seniors. This is not a planned development, so it's actually not subject to the affordable requirements ordinance, but this is a great project that's going to provide that affordability. It's being done on an income averaging basis, which some of you are aware of. And that means that we will have units available at different area median income levels. There'll be 20 units at or below 30% AMI, 34 units at or below 60% AMI, and then 19 units would be at or below 80% AMI. Go to the next slide. There are certainly great public benefits here. The affordable senior development really is fantastic for this location. It redevelops a vacant lot and activates that parcel along Wilson. We will be creating at least 100 temporary construction jobs. It really is, a project similar, frankly, very similar. I wish we could have done both of these together, because very similar projects that only require lakefront approval, but really highlight ability to create affordability in this neighborhood. We'll go to the next slide. So lakefront protection. Again, we feel we meet the policies and purposes of the Lakefront Ordinance. We did highlight a couple here relating to the harmonious relationship between lakeshore parks and the private use zone. And again, the coordination of all public and private development. This has been a coordination with a number of city and state agencies. With that, hand it back to you, Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Friedland. Again, Paul Reese with DPD. This project will provide modernized, accessible, and affordable housing, create access to the lakefront and public transportation. And as such, DPD has reviewed the project material submitted by the applicant and has concluded that this proposal is in compliance with the applicable policies of the Lakefront Plan of Chicago and the purposes of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance as they apply to development in the private use zone, specifically as enumerated here, policy 10 and policy 14. With respect to any of the policies and purposes not listed here, DPD has determined that they either are not applicable to development in the private use zone, or that the proposed project will not have a detrimental effect on the Lake Michigan shoreline or any wildlife habitats therein. Therefore, DPD recommends that this application, being in conformance with the provisions of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance, be approved, subject to the compliance with the plans and exhibits as presented to you here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. I'm not seeing any hands from commissioners. Any comments from commissioners or questions? If not, I can go directly to you, Alderman Kappelman. Would you like to make a comment, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair Cordova. Steve, when I listed off all the affordable high rises on neighboring blocks from Sarah Circle, I didn't count Twin Towers or Eastwood Towers, two very large 100% affordable high rises as well, because they're 4 blocks away. They're not neighboring. As Steve mentioned, the proposal is linked with Lakeview Towers. It's a 500 unit building that is 100% affordable. If you have never been in this building, I would strongly encourage you to do so. The lobby alone looks like a fine hotel, and there are many amenities for the families there. It's also unique because it has families from all over the world who've been living there, some for many decades, a large Nigerian population. It's an incredible experience to walk in that building. Having this senior building will allow senior residents at Lakeview Towers move to this new development, which will provide more available units for other families to move to Lakeview Towers. So it really is a win for everyone. So with that, I ask members of the Plan Commission to support this development.
Thank you, Alderman. Commissioner Tunney.
Just want to give a shout out to Alderman Kappelman, based on some of the public comment and being a neighboring alderman. He's, I think, struck the right balance about moving his community forward, keeping it as diverse as it can. I just think he's getting too much criticism sometimes on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tunney. With that, do I have hold on here, let's see, do I have a motion on this item?
Move. Alderman Burnett.
Thank you. Moved by Alderman Barnett, seconded by
Commissioner Moore.
Thank you. All right, I will go to roll call. Commissioner Barkley. No answer. Commissioner Brumfield.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett. No answer.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Escareno. No response. Commissioner Flores.
Yes, okay, you can hear me now?
We can. Great. Thank you, Commissioner.
And the
Okay.
last 3 items were a yes as well.
Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner. We have that for the record. Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Commissioner Pinedo.
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle.
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw. No response on Shaw. Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
And Commissioner Wagaspat.
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you. Motion passes. As you know, we deferred item D5. Now we
Thank you,
are.
everybody.
Oh, yeah. Congratulations. I'm so
Thank
sorry.
you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is D6, the proposed residential business plan development submitted by the applicant, Hispanic Housing Development Corporation, for the property located at 1203 North California Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from B1-1 Neighborhood Shopping District to a B3-5 Community Shopping District, and then to a residential business plan development. The applicant is proposing to construct a 9-story, 94-foot, 6-inch mixed-use affordable housing building with 64 dwelling units. The building will also include approximately 2,500 square feet of commercial space, 19 parking spaces, and 49 bike parking spaces. Item 20375, this is in the 26th Ward. Mike Perella will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Do you see the presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, my name is Michael Perella, Project Manager with the Department of Planning and Development. Here with me today are members of the applicant's team, the developer, Hispanic Housing Development Corporation, their attorney, Steve Friedland, and the architects, Ken DeMuth and Justin Palmer of Papa George, Hames and Partners. The proposed development is generally located at 1201 to 1209 North California and 2744 to 2758 West Division in the Westtown community area. The applicant, 1201 North California HHDC LLC, is an entity formed by Hispanic Housing Development Corporation to develop this property. And as you heard, they are proposing to change the underlying zoning from B11 to B35, and then prior to establishing a residential business plan development. The proposal is mandatory PD because the building exceeds the height threshold set by the B35 underlying zoning. The subject site is situated in the Westtown community area, 26th Ward, Alderman Maldonado, and directly across from Humboldt Park. And it is in the heart of the Paseo Boricua. The area was recently designated by the state of Illinois as Puerto Rico Town, in an effort to preserve and enhance its rich Puerto Rican cultural heritage. Given that the neighborhood is experiencing ongoing threat of gentrification, a very real threat, I would say as well, affordable housing is a high priority. As such, adoption of this residential business plan development will facilitate the construction of the 9-story, 94-foot tall affordable housing mid-rise containing 64 units, with 63 of those units being available to persons earning at or less than 60% AMI, along with the 19 parking spaces, 49 bike parking spaces, and the 2,500 square feet of commercial space. Demographically, the area around the development is heavily Hispanic, close to 90%, which is greater than both that of the community as a whole and the city as a whole. And recent planning efforts have stressed the need to improve the socioeconomic welfare of the community while ensuring that they have a home now and in the future. And with that lingering threat of gentrification, that's becoming more and more of an issue. The 30,090 square foot site is at the northeast corner of California and Division Streets, and at the southeast corner of Humboldt Park proper. The subject area is zoned B11 currently, and surrounded by land uses consists of a mix of 3- and 4-story mixed use developments along Division Street, which is a vital commercial corridor, as well as residential 2 and 3 flats and some small apartment buildings. The subject site only contains 16,102 square feet of net site area, but its location directly apart, across from Humboldt Park gives the project a unique opportunity to respond to the site constraints with a larger building that still adheres to the local context and surroundings. The PD itself was introduced in April 22nd of 2020 and has received widespread support from the community as well as from Alderman Maldonado. The applicant was just awarded an IDA-sponsored LIHTC financing and needs to close in their financing package in the spring of 2022, and they intend to begin construction in the summer of 2022. In order to meet that timeline, DPD engaged with the applicant and their architect in a thorough design review to ensure that the additional height and bulk proposed by the applicant would reflect the Department of Planning and Development's design excellence goals and ensure that the project had was beneficial and harmonious with its surroundings and reflective of the site context and the local culture. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to the applicant team who will present their design and explain the details of their proposal.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Before I hand it over to Ken to discuss the design, I did just want to make a few introductory comments just to sort of inform the commissioner. So, I think many of you are aware of Hispanic Housing Corporation and Paul Roldan, who has run it for the past 40 years. Their mission is to develop affordable housing in Chicago's Latino neighborhoods. And this project, which is on the western edge of the Paseo, is really critical to the mission of Hispanic housing. Hispanic housing views this as critical to anchoring the Paseo with affordable family housing in an iconic building with direct proximity to Humboldt Park. As you'll see from the rest of the presentation, this offers tremendous, significant walkable amenities and transportation opportunities to residents. I'd also note that Hispanic housing has been working on this project for a long time, and certainly working with Alderman Maldonado during all of that time. The alderman has been a significant partner in sort of bringing this project forward. As I noted in one of my earlier presentations today, these developments take a long time, and Paul and his team have been working on it for truly many, many years to get to this point, so that we're very excited. With that, why don't we get to that next slide? And Ken, if you're ready, could you please present?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ken DeMuth. I'm a partner at the firm of Papa George James Partners in Chicago. And thank you very much for allowing us to present today. The project and the image you see here began as an IDA submission in early 2021. Next slide, please. The site adjoins the west gateway of the Paseo Boricua. Division Street on the lower right is a commercial frontage that transitions to multifamily residential character as one moves around the corner north on California Avenue. The intersection of two arterial streets on a spacious park makes this an important location suitable to a development of this scale. Massing studies tested the variations appropriate to the site, arriving at a solution that holds the corner, allowing the sun to reach the south-facing roof terrace at the second floor. Next slide. We studied different architectural expressions and their different stylistic inputs. With the turret on the corner, we arrived through a consensus process that a building that has a clearly styled traditional building with a delineated base, middle, and top. The turreted corner serves as a distinctive visual anchor, reinforcing the importance of this important location, bookending Division Street with the Clemente High School further to the east. Next slide, please. These uses arranged around the site to suit the adjacencies. The residential entrance on California to the left, Division Street frontage to the lower portion of the site is a commercial character, and we have commercial space as well as a community room facing Division Street. There is access directly to CTA bus stops, both on California and on Division. There's a Divvy bike station across the street, and then of course all the amenities that Humboldt Park offers to the residents. Next slide. Our second floor plan is the one that has a large terrace on the east half. This is open both to the south facing sun, but also it has a frontage on the street, making this an appropriate gathering place for the many events that occur along Division Street throughout the year. Next slide, please. Our typical floor residential plan features 8 dwelling units. Every one of the dwelling units in this building is affordable, 64 units. And as a result of that distinction, they are also all handicap adaptable. So this building exceeds by a wide margin the requirements for handicap accessibility, both for the units and for all the common spaces throughout the building. This next image shows the green space that exists on the building. We have over 3,500 square feet of green roof space, which contributes to our ability to detain stormwater. We exceed the stormwater detention ordinance by 25%. Next slide, please. And then another view of our south-facing roof terrace. This is intended to be a place for both community of the residents of the building, as well as quiet time, individual time. We have private garden plots for everybody, and some of the units actually have private terrace space. And all of that, of course, again, is accessible. Next slide. The building, of course, we did default to masonry here because we think it's an important relationship to the buildings up and down Division Street, which are from the 1920s era predominantly, and our stone base and stone trim, again, reflective of a traditional approach, picks up that scale. You can go to the next slide. The north facade of the building, which is a party wall condition, we're not allowed to put windows at that position. So we've actually engaged with a local artist, Antonio Beneques, who you may have seen the Humboldt mural in one of the earlier slides. We've asked him to help us out here and provide a new piece for this wall. And it is a piece that's the working title being "To All Those Who Come," and it's about the spirit of the neighborhood and the transitions that it has gone through for the years. Next slide, please. This is the east side, the one that looks over the roof terrace. Next. And then, of course, the west image, which looks over Humboldt Park. And as you can see, we have plenty of glazing. Roughly 40% of this wall is glazed. And at the ground level, we are close to 70% of glass, which looks into active spaces all the way around the bottom. So there's a great transparency and ability for interaction between the community and the residents of this building. As I mentioned, on the far right side, there's a community room at ground level, and that is a space that has a multi-function opportunity. Next slide. Cross section through the building showing the residential levels, 8 residential levels. The height to the ceiling of the top floor is about 94 feet. Another cross section here looking west through the building. We have parking, 19 parking spaces in the building, which is to the left and all enclosed. Next slide. And then just some of the cross sections showing the material and construction of the building, which is primarily masonry construction with a high performance wall that is going to be tested. We're going to be doing blower door tests to demonstrate our ability to both meet and exceed the Chicago energy ordinance. Next slide. Just more slides of the construction of the building. It's a reinforced concrete frame, again, enclosed in brick. Next slide. Our site plan for transportation purposes, you can see our parking there at the upper right-hand corner of the plan. All that parking is accessed off the alley. It's 19 cars in this case, and then also an adjoining loading dock. A refuse room is enclosed inside the building as well, and we have parking for 49 cars. We do have EV charging station ready, parking spaces, including the handicap space. And since it was mentioned before, I'd encourage the city to think about how you're going to be metering that, because as funding or as tax revenues from gasoline evaporate and we have more and more electric cars, probably going to need a way to transition that funding, and it may translate to different ways of distributing electricity, and that of course gets into my realm. So just thinking ahead a little bit on that topic. Next slide. Pedestrian experience at the ground level. Division Street at the bottom is a wide thoroughfare. It's as wide as State Street, 100 feet. So we've got really generous sidewalk, making it appropriate for outdoor use. And we have anticipated whether it's market space or cafe space, it's a great opportunity. We have worked with CDOT to position the trees to allow for that. So next slide. Just a view of the streetscape at the corner of Division and California looking east. And you get a sense of the scale and detail of the building, which has a lot of three-dimensional texture. The cast stone at the bottom with the face brick above. All of these things blend well with the character of the neighborhood. Next slide. Another view, this case, the south side of the building along Division Street, and you can see how our ground level storefront rhythm picks right up into the surrounding buildings that line Division Street on both sides. Next slide. Similarly, around the corner onto California, as you move north on California, it does transition into more of a multifamily character with building setback and spaces between them. So we've broken down the rhythm of these storefront windows into smaller windows, just as a subtle way of transitioning to that condition. Next slide. A couple more views of the streetscape, both on Division and on California. Next slide. And again, a few more views. And in this case, the one on the top left, we're showing a fitness center that is down on the ground level, which will allow people to sort of casually interact between the residents and passerbys. We've also taken this as an opportunity to bring down the mural into the interior of the building and sort of weaving the two themes together. Next slide. And just a map showing all the things that are in the area. This is a very rich area for services, goods, everything from banking to health and fitness. As I mentioned, Clemente High School is about a quarter mile to the east. We have the Norwegian American Hospital at the lower left. Everything that Humboldt Park offers, obviously. Restaurants, there's a bicycle repair store that I like in the area. It's really a wonderfully rich mix of smaller businesses. And I think that bringing 64 residents here is a great way to invigorate some of those businesses with more customers. Next slide. A view of the building looking out over the park. Humboldt Park is one of Chicago's historic parks, and not only is it a beautiful landscape, it has some really beautiful buildings. Jens Jensen being the landscape designer and architect who created all this. You can also see on Division Street the Puerto Rican flag there that marks ceremonially the gateway entrance, one of the truly great architectural sculptures that is in Chicago on our public streets. Next slide. And there's a view from the park, and again showing the mural, and this is just a working mural. We're still in the process of designing this piece, but really excited about the opportunity to engage with a local artist and tie the building directly to something that's going on in the neighborhood. Next slide. Our materials for the building, face brick, the red material, We're using a material called GFRC, which stands for glass fiber reinforced concrete. And if you're not familiar with it, it is a material that if you didn't know the difference, you'd think it's limestone, but you have the ability to cast large and small panels with detail and textures and even finishes on it and match all kinds of things. We can make it look like brick if we wanted, but in this case, we're going after the Indiana limestone appearance, and that will be how we decorate the bottom, the turreted corner, and the top of the building with its cornice. Next slide. Sustainability, we are meeting the City of Chicago 100-point requirement, and that's done through a number of things, the Energy Star and exceeding the energy code. Being a part of it, we're going to exceed the Chicago Stormwater Ordinance by building in a detention tank, but that's also in combination with the green roof that we have. And I believe that is the end of my presentation. So thank you all.
Thank you, Ken. And, to finish up the presentation, I'm going to introduce Paul Roldan, who is the president of Hispanic Housing, and Paul will speak to the affordable requirements and the benefits of the project.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Well, this is one of 4 projects that we are working on along so-called Paseo Boricua. As Mike Perella mentioned earlier, the city of Chicago actually passed an ordinance several years ago declaring Division Street between Western Avenue and Grand, Puerto Rico town. And then more recently, the state passed legislation declaring, legislation that would create cultural districts. And it appears that Division Street will be probably one of the very first communities that get that designation. So the quest is, amidst increasing gentrification in the community, to do what we can to stabilize the existing population, people who have been residents in the community for 25, 30, even more years, many of them renters, many of them having to become rental nomads, leaving one apartment to another every couple of years because they can no longer continue to afford the increasing rents. So this is, as I said, one of 2 family developments that we're planning along California Avenue facing the park. I always have visions of a young child getting on their bike and riding off into the park, that has a huge field house, sandy beach, a lagoon with alligators in it. It's just a wonderful place, I think, to grow up in. And it will serve the community there for the next 40 to 50 years, perhaps. Very important project. The affordability requirements, we have 64 apartments. You can see on the chart there that there are 31 units at 30%, 18 at 50%, and 14 at 60%. Literally 77% of the apartments are family size, that is 2 and 3 bedroom. They are gracious, 9-foot ceiling, 2-bedroom with bath and a half apartments, 3-bedroom with 2-bath apartments. As I said, facing the park with fantastic views, not only of the park itself, but also of the city of downtown Chicago, looking east as well. The income levels range for a family of 4 between 30% at $27,960 to 60% at $55,920. Rent levels themselves range from a 1-bedroom at 30% for $472 a month to a 3-bedroom at 60% for $1,300. This is, I think, one of, as I said before, of 4 important projects that we're hoping to stabilize the community with. And among those benefits to the community will be, a number of jobs created, about 104 jobs during the construction, another 3 permanent jobs, both in maintenance and administration management office. Also, we have a very important relationship with a youth build program in Humboldt Park. Youth build, for those of you who don't know, is a national program, trains young people from the community in the construction trades, plumbing, wiring, like that for about 6 months in a classroom, and then places them in actual construction jobs with people. So we'll be using youth build apprentices in the construction of this building while it goes up. That's an extremely important, I think, community benefit. But overall, the main benefit will be the stabilization of the existing residency over a good period of time, especially along Paseo Boricua, this important cultural boulevard for the community. So thank you very much. Appreciate your support.
Thank you, Paul. And with that, that ends our presentation. We're certainly willing to take any questions. Thanks, Mike.
Yep. I'll just one last thing. Just want to make sure that commissioners know that the department has reviewed the proposal and their team and conclude that it is appropriate for the reasons you see listed on the screen. It promotes unified planning and development design, is economically beneficial, and ensures amenities are appropriate for the neighborhood. It's a creative urban design. It provides active uses on the ground floor, limits on-site parking and shields it from major commercial streets. It promotes transit accessibility and bicycle and pedestrian uses. It ensures that all the visible sides are treated with respect and care and attention. And I just want to be clear that it was reviewed by CDOT, MOPD, and Fire when they all approved the design, and therefore the Department of Planning and Development and the zoning administrator recommend that the Plan Commission recommend approval of this residential business plan development to accommodate the project and recommend forwarding the application to the Committee on Zoning and Landmarks and Building Standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, thank you very much, Mike. Commissioner Brumfeld, followed by Commissioner Flores.
Well, first, I just want to commend Paul Rodon and Hispanic Housing. I've mentioned this on previous Plan Commission meetings. They've been doing the Lord's work in our communities for generations now. And as a Plan Commission member, I am thrilled every time I see one of their projects come before us, because it just continues on not only their legacy, but again, their commitment to our communities. But I will have to say that I feel that design itself, at best, is safe. I feel that there's a missed opportunity here from a design standpoint, given the location of this building, its prominence on the boulevard, its prominence on the park, that it would have been great to see something more exciting, more dynamic. And I have to say something that I feel that really matches, not only the energy, but also matches the mission, their forward-thinking mission that Paul Rodon and Hispanic Housing is doing. So I just had to make those statements. I'm very much in support of this development, was really hoping to see something a little bit more kind of dynamic here, given its location, given the mission that Hispanic Housing has been carrying forward. And have to say I'm just somewhat disappointed and underwhelmed with the design.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Brumfeld. Commissioner Flores, followed by Commissioner Moore.
Yeah, just echoing, fellow Commissioner Brumfield. I agree the numbers are great, and it would be a great opportunity for our community in terms of providing affordable housing and much needed residences for them. But unfortunately, the design does not match the numbers. I think, this is probably the tallest building that you're going to have in this area, which in itself makes it iconic and prominent, but you don't see that reflected on the design. I just, it's such a prominent corner with division, and as it's been mentioned, it's the edge of Paseo Boricua. It's such an important piece of culture for Latinos and specifically for Puerto Ricans. But again, you don't see that reflected anywhere in the building. This basically could have gone in any suburban Chicagoland corner, and it would still look the same. So I think we could have done better. I think we should do better, because the building doesn't honor the rich culture that it's supposed to showcase. So I would ask that we go back and try to do better. And I will just, ask if any Latinos or even better, a Puerto Rican architect worked on this project, because I think that would have translated into something more dynamic and reflective of our community.
Madam Chair, I'm Alderman Maldonado. Can I
Yes.
have an opportunity to speak?
Not quite yet, Alderman. Thank you very much. And unless you have a time constraint, what I normally do is I let the commissioners ask their questions and then I invite the alderman to make a statement.
Okay, that's fine. I'll wait.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. But we definitely appreciate your being here, Alderman. So could you want to get an answer to that question, Commissioner Flores? Do you want to know whether or not there were any Latinos, specifically Puerto Ricans, that were involved in designing this?
Yeah, just considering that this is in a 90% Hispanic area, I would expect that we try to reach out to a Latino architect.
Well, and your point that the cultural aspects are not reflected in the design.
Correct.
Can we get an answer to that question from the development team?
Paul or Steve, you
Well, I think
respond to that?
from you. I think that'll come from you, Mr. Friedland, right?
I am not familiar with whether any other architects were, interviewed by Hispanic Housing. The Papa George Haim firm is the firm that's been working on this. So I would need my client to tell me if there was other, there was other consideration there.
Well, I think the question wasn't about other consideration. I think the question was, given who the current architects are, were there Latinos, specifically Puerto Ricans, involved in the design? No,
I find it, I'm happy. I would let Ken answer that. I will be honest with you. I don't know what.
You know the answer.
Chairman, I would suggest we ask Mr. Roldan to answer that question. I think it's best, the answer would be best coming directly from Hispanic Housing, who was the client who has hired on the professionals. It would be best if Mr. Roldan could provide you an answer.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you for allowing me to get a word in edgewise. Appreciate that. So yes, no, there isn't a Puerto Rican developer on this project. We do have a Latino architect just north of this at 1237 that we've retained, but we have a long relationship with Papa George Hames going back several decades. And we did spend, a fair amount of time with folks at DPD going through a design excellence process to sort of evolve to this specific design at that corner. I think to a great extent, it provides respect for the context of the gateway of Paseo Boricua. Right across the street, there is a bigger dyke building with a turret designed based on the El Morro in San Juan. The round corner in that building not only interacts and connects Division Street to California, I think in a pleasing way, but it also respects the building just south of us in that it creates this sort of gateway appearance for Paseo Boricua. But that's the sort of long-winded answer to your question.
Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'm just going to be very brief. I just want to first of all say thank you and to Mr. Paul Rodin for bringing affordable housing to this community. I think it's great. I'm not speaking to the design because that's not my field of expertise, but I also would just like to say I appreciate the location much better than the last time you were here, and we had more contentious location. So I appreciate that, and I just want to congratulate you on this project.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Pinedo.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to echo that. I really want to thank Hispanic Housing and Paul Roldan for bringing this project. I actually think from my personal perspective, and I'll let the architectural elements defer to some of my colleague commissioners speak to that. But I find it architecturally or aesthetically pleasing from my perspective. And I also think it serves a very important mission and purpose in the community, and that's the reason why I think it's a great project, and I'm supportive of it.
Commissioner Searle.
I wasn't going to say anything because I feel so similarly, but I just want to say I agree totally with Commissioner Blumfeld and Commissioner Flores that this project could be a lot more exciting and interesting and more connected, I think, to the neighborhood quality and culture. And this looks like it just could be anywhere in Chicago. So I would really urge a kind of relook at the overall design.
Thank you, Commissioner Searle. Commissioner Burnett, followed by Commissioner Cox.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to commend my colleague, Alderman Maldonado, for being consistent and standing up for preserving the culture of the Puerto Ricans over in that neighborhood. I heard one of the commissioners say this is 98% Puerto Rican neighborhood. Well, it's not 98% Puerto Rican anymore. The area has been gentrified a lot. Matter of fact, the alderman lose votes every time he gets an affordable and a cultural building built over in that community. You know, he had a rough race last time because he stands up for the culture. He tries to preserve it, and he tries to preserve affordable housing. And he probably had opposition for this building because of the market rate folks who aren't Puerto Rican in this community will rather not have affordability, nor are they concerned about the cultural identity in this community. They're concerned about their property values and buildings bringing up their property values. So I commend him for his stance, his consistency, and his concern about the Puerto Rican culture. Also, I want to say Hispanic Housing is a great organization, has been doing housing for years throughout the city of Chicago, not just for one ethnic group, but for folks who need affordable housing. And I'm sure Commissioner Navarra probably can comment on this. It takes a lot of hoops to make these deals work. I mean, they have to get layers and layers of funding. And some of that funding that they get don't actually give them a whole lot of money for design, right? That's not the design for an affordable project is not the top of the list to make those numbers, how much they have to pay to build per unit, right? And most of the time when they're trying to get money, either if it's from CHA or Department of Housing or IDA, they look at how much money you're spending per unit. And it is very complicated and challenging for these developers, these affordable housing developers, to make those numbers work, and they do the best they can. So we gotta, this is not like they're gonna make $1 billion, $1 million off of this project. They just trying to put the pieces together in order to help folks to be able to have an affordable place to stay. I understand the design. Design is important, but their real mission is to have affordable housing in the community for folks. And sometimes with the type of funding that they have to get from the different groups that they have to get it from, the emphasis is not on how it looks. The emphasis is on what they're trying to do with the development. So I just wanted to mention that because I would imagine, even though Paul Rodin is a Puerto Rican from New York, he's a New York Puerto Rican. He's Puerto Rican all the same. He's very proud of being a Puerto Rican and very proud of being able to help the Puerto Rican culture and very proud of keeping the the culture together and recognize. So I would imagine that he really wants to do the best he can to do that. And also, I know Alderman Maldonado is the same way. I mean, when you drive down Division Street, it's like you in Puerto Rico. You know, you got the yellow buildings and the light buildings and all that stuff, and it's just is similar to what's happening over there in the hot weather. So I just want to commend both of them. I just want to mention those things. I understand design is more important to some people than others, but I just want you all to recognize the hoops that they have to jump through in order to make these things work. So I just want to mention that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Before I call on Commissioner Cox, there's some that'll argue that you don't have to sacrifice design
Thank you.
in order to get affordability. But go ahead, Commissioner Cox.
No, thank you, Madam Chairman. I mean, there's a lot going on here, and so it is a shame that we could not be celebrating the multiple victories that this project should represent, because it is absolutely a victory for affordable housing, and in an area that sorely needs it. And Alderman Maldonado has been emphatic in his support of pushing back on gentrification. And so allowing a project of this density, which is very appropriately positioned on a park, is an absolute victory. But I think as the fellow commissioners have said, this is a failure for architecture in Chicago. There is no question that this is a missed opportunity. And I would say not just architecturally, it's a missed opportunity in 2021, almost in 2022, to lift up the enormous amount of Latino design talent that exists in this community. And I know Mr. Rodan knows them because he's hired some of them for other projects. This is one of the biggest ones. I think representation matters. And I would hope in the future, you would tap into the extraordinary choices that you have of Latino talent. That doesn't mean you can't work with a tried and proven firm, but you could bring in a design architect of a Latino origin so that this building could represent more than just a do no harm approach to architecture. So I'm happy to work with you. We have kept that belief in the foreground of Invest Southwest. And so in back of the yard, a Latino majority community, there is a Latino architect designing the building. In Humble Park on North Avenue, the Latino architect is designing the building. So we know the talent, extraordinary talent, that truly has something to say is out there if we would allow them to practice their craft. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Commissioner Searle.
Yes, just quickly, I just wanted to say also, we've seen fabulous projects that were affordable housing projects, 100%, and they've also had fabulous design. So I don't think that the cost of a building depends on, whether it's designed poorly or well. It's the value of the design by a good architect that really matters here.
Thank you, Commissioner Searle. Commissioner Tunney, followed by Mr. Roldan.
Just a quick question for the project. It was referred to by the presenter that this went through the new Department of Planning's design committee. And if that being the case, Commissioner Cox, did this get a review of peers and architects that you've enlisted to help these kind of projects? Thanks.
Good question. Commissioner Cox.
No, thank you for the opportunity to clarify that this did not go to the Committee on Design, and it would not have made it out of the Committee on Design. we had been working for months and months and months to try to get to a place where we could present something to the Plan Commission that is acceptable. And so you are seeing some of the pressure of trying to get a project that is a tax credit project that has all kinds of deadlines on it. So as I said, in the end, the planning department allowed a strategy of do no harm, because we could not waste more and more and more and more months trying to get a superior product out of this. So we've come to the end of the road, and you have it here for your consideration.
Mr. Roldan, thank you, Commissioner Cox.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate your sentiments, Commissioner Cox, but we did actually go through numerous meetings with DPD staff in redesigning this project, although it didn't formally go to the Design Excellence Committee. I'm not sure, that it was set up at that time, but it was about to be set up. But we did spend a fair amount of time and made substantial changes to the original design of the building to get to this design, and we received an imprimatur of the Department of Buildings for the design. So it was a collaborative effort at the end between our architects and deputy commissioners of the Department of Planning.
And once again, our review process, we can't design the buildings for the architects. All we can do is give them critical input and feedback, of which we gave a lot of it. Much of it was not absorbed. So what you see is a product of what the architect's vision for the site is. So as I said, we spent many, many months, and this is a result of many, many months of work for your consideration.
Thank you very much. It's sort of tough when you have a project that that is such an important project, and yet has and obviously we all respect Mr. Roldan and the work he's done for so many years, but it's really tough when you have every single one of the architects on the commission raising these critical issues. Let me go ahead and go to the alderman. Thank you for your patience and waiting. Oh, did you want to say something, Mr. Demuth, before I go to the alderman?
If I may, if it's appropriate.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think we've taken a little bit of a few lumps here, and I just wanted to say that if you look at the first slide that was put up, you will see that we were promoting a building of a far different character, one that was responding very much to the Latino presence in the community. I live in a neighborhood that is heavily Latino, and very respective and very much love the culture and the art. And it was when we engaged with DPD that we were pushed in another direction. I disagree with the accusation that we did not attempt to go in that direction. I think we did, but it was a consensus effort, and this involved heads of the DPD staff, and we thought we were doing everything that they wanted. There were several designs that we put on the table that were rejected. So if this requires another look, I don't know that we have that option. But I just wanted to say that I feel like we're being put in a position here which suggests that because I am personally not of Latino background, that somehow this is a flawed project, and that is not the case. I very much celebrate and respect the culture and its goals. Thank you.
Mr. Demuth, thank you for your comments. I don't think first of all, I don't think it was an accusation, but secondly, I don't think the point was that because you're not Latino. That's not what I heard. Although I did hear that with Latino designers, there may have been a different kind of eye, but I don't think there was an accusation against you that because you're not Latino.
Yeah, I apologize. I may have expressed
No,
myself.
I don't blame you. I mean, you know, you're taking some hard to hear
So,
comments.
Madam Chair, I think the point that was being raised when one of the commissioners asked, are there any Latino architects involved in the project? I think that's a very valid and fair question, so that the cultural sensitivity that many of the commissioners are looking for is more likely to be achieved if representation is there. And that might go as well for the entire architectural firm, the number of Latinos on the firm, which I think is also a sign of respect for the diversity of talent that exists in the Latino community. So I think there are many, many ways that this project could have been informed by that culture. And so in the end, that's not the expression. And so we have something that it was, as was said, could be anywhere in Chicago, which is a do no harm strategy.
Well, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. That's a do no harm strategy you said. But to your point, I think probably a lot of architecture firms could benefit from the presence of more of some of this Latino talent.
Absolutely.
So I'm wondering, before I go to the Alderman, I'm wondering, you know, as you said, Mr. Danuth, there's already the design, you're here before us. Are there any kind of other tweakings? I mean, is there something in, I'm not an architect. I don't know if there's things on facade or some ways in which there could be something. I don't know. I mean, and that's something you have to answer now, but I guess I'm wondering, do the architect, well, I don't know if that's even appropriate for her to do it. So I'm just concerned that so many all the architects have made these comments. Let me go to the Alderman. You could be pondering what I was kind of alluding to there and see if there's any appropriate responses. But otherwise, let me go to the Alderman. Thank you for your patience, Alderman Maldonado. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad that I stay here to listen to all the comments by the commissioners with respect to their dissatisfaction with the design. However, I have to say this project has been in the works for the last, I want to say, 5 years. And pre-pandemic, we had multiple community meetings about this proposed project with the Puerto Rican Agenda, which is a coalition of 20 plus community-based Puerto Rican organizations in the area. I had a meeting with IGA, and this project also was presented at a housing summit back in 2018. So yes, it is nice that in 2021, with so many new developments coming up with very contemporary designs, that this will be a somewhat contrast and to what we are mostly being exposed today, with a more negative connotation to its appearance. However, you know, we can spend the whole day about possible more beautiful designs to the liking of some of the commissioners that have expressed their dislike to this design. But at the same time, I'm thinking about the thousands of families that are continually displaced every year from my ward because of the forces of gentrification that we've been exposed to since the mid-90s, in way before my time. So yes, aesthetic is one element, but the protection of the constituents of the 26th ward is my primary objective. And this development is going to give beautiful homes, decent housing to 40 to 64 families to come and live right in front, across the street from Humboldt Park. That not too many working families have the luxury of living across the street from Humboldt Park in decent, affordable housing. To me, that should be the guiding force of the uptick by the commissioners and this commission in moving forward in contemplating your soon to come vote on this matter. Look, this is in the heart of the Puerto Rican community, what we call the enclave of the Puerto Rican community. Between the two massive Puerto Rican flags, which are the two Puerto Rican flags, these are the two largest Puerto Rican flags in the whole world. And it is also in the heart of what we call by ordinance and by state statute, Puerto Rico town. And here we're going to be providing this beautiful affordable housing to these 64 families in a greatly needed community that is constantly under the force and pressure of gentrification. And when you look at the breakdown of bedrooms composition in this development, where 31 units, they are going to be 3 bedrooms. 18 units, they're going to be 2 bedrooms, and 14 units and 9 units, no, 40 units are going to be 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. 15 units are going to be 2 bedrooms and 1.5 bathroom, and only 9 they're going to be 1 bedroom. You know what it shows? Shows a clear understanding of the needs of this community. We have fairly large families in relation to other communities, and this is the right type of bed configuration. I'm sure that Paul Roldan is listening with open mind all the comments that have been made here today, and moving forward, I'm sure that he will embrace many of your ideas as well. Not to put the opportunity that in the next year and a half, we're going to have 64 new families living in a beautiful development, where 50% of those units are going to be project-based. I think would be a misguided view. And just like Commissioner Cox said, we are under a lot of pressure to move on this so that we can meet the financial obligations and make this happen. So I hope that the commission do also look at this other side, in addition to the side of the design, so that we can really come out of this meeting with a vote that we can say to the future 64 families that will be residing in this building, that they're going to have very, very soon decent, affordable housing in the heart of the community in which they were raised, and they still want the opportunity to stay in this community to contribute to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alderman. I really appreciate the time you took to be here, as well as your comments itself. I want to request a motion here in a second, but I do want to say, particularly given the sort of move towards not only have, the moves in the past around Paseo Boricua, but also the new moves towards the Puerto Rican town, that a lot of that effort around the economic activity and meeting some of the other needs of the community, housing, health, for example, education, that it's also going to really have a strong arts and culture component. And I think part of what we generally, and anybody for whom this is relevant, that's going to mean the incorporation of art and culture into art and culture into some of the architecture itself, whether it's in the facades, the street design, and so on. So I think this is not an irrelevant conversation, and I think it's going to become all the more important as more effort is put into the development and the particulars around Puerto Rican town. So thank you to all the architects and designers on the commission. This is all part of why we have a diverse commission. We come to it with our various emphases and expertise. So I hope that all the parties involved take it in the spirit in which it was offered. I was going to call for a vote, but before I do that, let me go to Commissioner Searle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering if maybe we could consider the possibility, sorry, of having the developer engage a design architect to work with the plans that are existing to see if they could make some improvements, if the planning department would consider, these changes that would be made, then I would feel a lot happier about voting for the project today, knowing that there would be some additional work on getting it improved. I think, and in this case, I think it does need, just a design effort, and it could be mostly on the exterior of the building to, just sort of make it look like it belongs to the 21st century, and also make it, make it look like it belongs in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Mr. Roldan, followed by Commissioner Cox.
Thank you. With all due respect, Commissioner, this building had been presented to community, as Alderman Maldonado said, many times over several years, even as it evolved, and was well received by the community, by people who were actually residents there. And some of them have been living there, not only living there a very long time, but run organizations in the community. They're an integral part of that community and of the community fabric. We are, after 4.5 years at this project in a very tight schedule, this building is now bought and paid for, in a sense. We have substantial, accurate construction costs, and we're on a tight time schedule to begin to try to get building permits in place and under construction by probably either late spring or early summer next year. It would be horrendous, in my opinion, to go back to the drawing boards when, as Mr. Maldonado said, we have hyper-gentrification in that community and families are waiting to move into high-quality housing that's affordable. We hate to go back to square one again and start redesigning this building. It would be, to me, an exercise that would jeopardize the economic viability of this project the way it stands right now. These are very tenuous, delicate projects with financing that doesn't have a lot of room to move. And we're at a place where we don't have a lot of room to move. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roldan. Commissioner Cox, followed by Commissioner Escudero.
So I certainly appreciate the sentiment, Commissioner Sarles. Nothing that you said hasn't already been said to the team. And we are here today because the planning department has come to an end and it's time to vote. I hope that Hispanic Housing, which is a storied development corporation, learns a little something from this, that even if you can get through the internal planning department process, we have a commission who will weigh in. And the work that you sought to do can be undone by not heeding to the concerns that we face. I can't tell you how much representation matters, how much cultural competency matters. For certainly a storied Hispanic housing corporation like your own, I know this is important to you, and I hope in the future we will take those considerations into account as you assemble your teams. But for my purpose, we've come to the end of the road. The planning department has done the best that it can do. So I certainly would call for the vote.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Escudero, followed by Commissioner Flores.
So thank you. Look, this is my first meeting, and I'm so grateful to be a part of this conversation. Being a Latina and having grown up in and around the Humboldt Park area, I am actually very pleased to know that Mr. Roldan, along with the community, have worked to get the community input and actually to work hand in hand with the community to come up with a concept that really is embraced by the community. I do understand the different opinions in terms of architectural. I am not an architect. That is not my forte. I certainly hear Commissioner Cox as well. But what I have presented with today is a process by which Hispanic Housing and the team have actually engaged with government for several years. And so I do have some concerns about further delays about such an important project that people's lives are really dependent on. So understand, all the different views, but I think what really provides me comfort is to know that the community input has been an important part of the decision-making process as to where this project ultimately is landing. So from that perspective, I am just pleased to know that many families are going to benefit from this. I am also pleased to know that that a new project that provides, that there has been a dialogue on the architectural, value in this community is such an important part of the conversation. What I am hearing is that there are different opinions here, but certainly I am comforted by the fact that the community has spoken in relation to this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Flores.
I just want to mention that I'm torn, obviously, because I do feel that we're getting to the end of the road on this one, and there is a time constraint. But at the same time, I hear that we've been working on this for 5 years, and I don't understand why we couldn't have a better product at the end of these 5 years. Because personally, I work on affordable housing projects. I understand the challenges with financing. I understand the challenges with applications, deadlines, but if we do it right, we can have a good product, a good end product. So I almost hear those as excuses to not be able to provide that end product that everybody's happy with. I don't think we should compromise because of the issues that we are faced with projects like this. So again, as an architect, I just cannot vote yes because of what I know and my personal experience. And I expect that we don't keep talking about compromises when it comes to design, because we should be able to provide everything in one package after, working with the best teams and collaborating with communities and understanding everything that it takes to do that. So I hope that this is the last time that we talk about these issues. And that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Flores.
Madam Chair, can I make a comment? This is Alderman Maldonado.
Go ahead, Alderman, please.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak again. I know that this is not my forum, but I have to say, with the sitting alderman, where this development is going to happen, and having been involved in the process of making this a reality and bringing it to a vote today. And I have to tell you that that even though the design may not satisfy some of the members of this honorable commission, it has satisfied many of the community groups to which this development has been presented over the years. It has not been an issue. Had it been an issue, we would have heard of it. Had it been an issue, Hispanic housing would have heard it. And I don't know, what do you prefer? Do you prefer to see a parcel of land that has been vacant for over 30 years and the reluctance by the previous owner to sell that property years ago until finally he decided to sell it? And now we're going to give an opportunity for 64 families to come and live in Humboldt Park, across the street from the park, on Paseo Boricua, in decent, affordable housing units. I mean, I would be moved by the human component of this matter before you, rather than for the aesthetic design of the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Maldonado. And I think with that, I can call for a vote. And again, because of the future developments around that are coming around Puerto Rican Town, I hope that we do not see this conversation, as has been stated by previous commissioners, as an either or. And so how do we really incorporate some of the kinds of interesting design reflective of not only Puerto Rico, but Puerto Ricans here in Chicago. And so let's as we're meeting the needs and trying to address gentrification, I think the aesthetics are not an irrelevant conversation. So I just don't want us to see it as one extreme or the other, or one option as the other as we move forward. But as it's been said, we're at the end of the road. Do I have a motion on the proposed residential business plan development submitted by the applicant, Hispanic Housing Development Corporation, for the property located at 1203 North California Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
Moved by Commissioner Cox.
Seconded by
Commissioner
Piñeiro.
Commissioner Moore got in on that first. So Commissioner Brumfeld,
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett,
Yes.
Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Escareno,
Yes.
Commissioner Flores,
No.
Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Novara,
Yes.
Commissioner Piñero,
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes,
Yes.
Commissioner Searle,
No.
Commissioner Shaw,
Yes.
Commissioner Tunney.
Chairwoman
That's
Tunney
right.
has left the
Yeah,
proxy yes.
Sorry, who was the proxy? Yes. Commissioner Tunney is a proxy, yes. And Commissioner Wagasbach.
Aye.
Commissioner Barkley is a yes.
All right, motion passes. Congratulations. And as been pointed out already, we hope that the conversation has been useful and instructive. But congratulations.
Chairman, this is Commissioner Shaw.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Go ahead, Commissioner Shaw.
I just wanted to make sure for the previous item, did you have me recorded as a yes? I was on, but I'm not sure you got me. So not this one, the one before.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry you asked me to do that. Commissioner, do we have that for the record? Hello?
Also, Commissioner Burnett wanted to make sure that I was recorded on the previous items. also.
Okay, so for the record, we've got 2 yes votes on the previous item. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Escareno would also like to confirm yes on the previous item.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Oh, so Deborah Moore would like to be acknowledged for voting on the first item. I think I stepped away. I was on a phone call. I think I missed that vote. Thank you.
The very, when you say the first item when we were considering these.
The presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chairwoman, let me clarify for the court reporter who's typing this up. So we now have Commissioner Moore with a yes vote on item D1, 1245 West Fulton. We already had Alderman Burnett's vote recorded. We now have Commissioner Shaw's vote recorded as yes for 835 West Wilson, item D4. And we also have Commissioner Escareno's vote yes, item D4, 835 West Wilson. Thanks, everybody.
You are awesome.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, I just wanted to make sure that I was recorded yes on everything.
Yeah, no, it's.
I have you, Commissioner Burnett, as yes on everything.
Okay, because my phone kept going in and out, so I had to keep getting back on the Zoom.
Okay. All right, cool. Next item on the agenda is D9, a proposed residential business plan development and a proposed industrial corridor map amendment within the Burnside Industrial Corridor, submitted by Trinity 95th and Cottage Grove Plan Community Development Series LLC for the property generally located 9619-9645 South Cottage Grove Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from M1-2 Limited Manufacturing / Business Park District to a B2/3 Neighborhood Mixed Use District, and then to a residential business plan development. The applicant proposes to construct a 2-phase affordable senior housing project. Phase 1 will include a 5-story residential building with 70 units and a height of approximately 63 feet tall and a one-story, approximately 20-foot tall amenity building. 44 total parking spaces will serve both phases of the project. Phase 2 will include a 5-story, approximately 66-foot tall, 63-unit residential building. This is item 20729. It is in the 8th Ward. Erica Selke will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Erica Selke, and I'm the lead planner for the Far South region with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant is proposing to rezone the property from M1-2, a limited manufacturing business district, to B2-3, which is a neighborhood mixed-use district, and then to a residential business plan development. This will facilitate the development of a 2-phase project, the first phase being a 66-foot tall 70-unit residential building for seniors, along with a single-story amenity building. And then the second phase will include a 5-story 66-foot tall building with 62 units. The site is located in the Far South region in the Pullman community area. The Pullman community area is in the Best Southwest area as well. And many people know it for holding the Pullman National Monument, which is further south than the project site. The total population is approximately 6,800 people, median age of 40, and a median income of $43,500. Here is an aerial image of the site, which is outlined in red. It is located on Cottage Grove Avenue, south of 95th Street. There is a Metro Electric Metro stop on 95th Street, just to the north of the project. An Advocate Health Center is located at the corner of 95th Street as well. There's a new Social Security Administration building just to the south of the site. And then Chicago State University is located on the west side of the railroad tracks from the site. As noted, this is within the Burnside Industrial Corridor. You can see an image of the industrial corridor here. It goes from approximately 87th Street to the north, down to 99th Street at the south, and is located predominantly along a freight rail line to the east. The area or the site we're looking at today is within sort of a dog leg of the larger industrial corridor located on Cottage Grove. This is a close-up of that little leg of the industrial corridor with the site outlined in red. You can see that much of the area within the industrial corridor is vacant, and the Social Security Administration building is here to the south. Planning context, the plan that most figures into the discussion today is the Chicago Sustainable Industries Plan, which was approved in November of 2013, which looked at the different industrial corridors across the city and specifically looked at boundaries of the industrial corridors that could be expanded or contracted or changed to a different zoning. So you'll notice within the plan, there was a map of all the Far South industrial corridors, and the recommendation was actually that the portion of the industrial corridor where the site is located be removed from the industrial corridor. So that's the recommendation that we're moving from. These are images of the site. You can see there's a single-story manufacturing building that's vacant, and it's proposed to be demolished for the project. These are more context images looking north and south along Cottage Grove. You can see the railroad tracks either on the right or left, depending on the direction. And then this is another image looking north that includes the Social Security Administration building with the site further north on the right-hand side of the road. Again, this shows the proximity of the site. If you look on the left-hand side, the red dashed line to the Metro Electric 95th Street station, and also shows some of the land uses around. There is a great deal of single-family, low-density residential development further to the east of the site and north of the site. The zoning, as I mentioned, is M1-2 today, with a proposed B2-3 and then a residential business plan development. And again, 2 phases outlined in red. And this shows the existing building placement with the proposed project in the site. This is a street elevation showing context. The building is taller than other buildings along the corridor, but we'll go more into the design as to why this is an appropriate density for this particular stretch of Cottage Grove. This is a rendering of the proposed building. The first phase is the rendered portion along Cottage Grove, which is on the right-hand side of the screen. The gray block to the left-hand side is phase 2, which is not yet designed. And so you can see here, the site is accessed via Cottage Grove into a parking lot, and people will enter the building through the single-story amenity and then move into the building. And here we're looking south and east. And here we're looking northeast. Again, you can see the building at the forefront of the photograph with Cottage Grove Avenue with bike lanes along the left-hand side of your screen, and then the proposed phase 2 just in a block closer to the right-hand side. So with that, I will turn it over to Carol Stubblefield, who will complete the presentation.
Thank you, Erica. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. For the record, Carol Stubblefield with Neal and Leroy, office is located at 20 South Clark. Together with my partner, Langdon Neal, we are here today on behalf of the applicant, Trinity 95th and Cottage Grove Planned Community Development Series, LLC. Joining me today are representatives from Trinity, including Patricia Eggleston, who's the Executive Vice President and General Counsel, and James Montgomery and Rupert Graham, who are members of the board of Trinity. Also attending is Philip Craig Johnson, the project architect with Johnson and Lee Architects, who will present the project design slides today. I should also mention that the project will be co-developed with Philip and Steve Mappa, formerly of MR Properties. As Erica mentioned, the proposed residential business plan development is for the construction of a much needed 132-unit affordable senior housing project in the Pullman community area and Cottage Grove Heights neighborhood. This senior housing project is adjacent to Trinity's approximately 30-acre development just to the north and east. This project has been designed as a sustainable urban community that is consistent with Trinity's vision and goal of developing quality, affordable housing focused on community wellness. The applicant has worked with the Department of Planning and Development, Bureau of Zoning, and Alderwoman Harris on the project plans that we will present today. Trinity also held numerous community meetings in conjunction with Alderwoman Harris and received favorable support for the project. The project has complied with all notice requirements and received the approval from the Department of Transportation, Fire, and the Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the project is an affordable senior housing development project that is subject to the 2021 Affordable Requirements Ordinance. Trinity plans to exceed the ordinance requirements, and of the 70 units planned for phase 1, Trinity will provide 16 units at 30% AMI and 54 units at 60% AMI. Next slide, please. This project is planned to be a sustainable urban community development that will comply with the city's goals of achieving 100 points on the sustainability matrix Trinity will achieve 80 points utilizing the enterprise green community design elements, and the remaining 20 points will be achieved through workforce development, proximity to transit service, tree plantings, and on-site renewable energy. Next slide, please. The Trinity Development Team has met with the city's stormwater management staff, and the project will conform to the required stormwater management policies. And lastly, before I turn it over to Mr. Johnson, some of the community benefits. This is a transit served location, and the project will be developed in phases. The phase 1 construction, including 70 units and 44 parking spaces, is anticipated to start the fourth quarter of 2022 and be completed in the fourth quarter of 2023. Phase 2, as Erica mentioned, has not been designed yet. The project will follow the completion and lease up of phase 1, and the Trinity team will come back to the Chicago Plan Commission to present that design, that phase 2 design. Phase 1 has a $22 million budget and will exceed the city's goals for minority and women-owned business participation and local hiring. I would also mention that the project has received the full support of the community. And I will now turn it over to Mr. Johnson to take you through the project slides.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Phil, for the record, I'm Philip Craig Johnson, FAIA, Johnson Lee Architects, Chicago, Illinois, 1 East 8th, Suite 200. The project, as Erica has gone over, has she's mentioned the location, and she's shown some of the design slides. We go through these slides. The site itself had many challenges. Can we go back to the floor plan? Yeah, this the floor plan. Yeah, we'll go back to the floor plan. This is the campus, the senior campus, which has 2 buildings, which has a 1-story amenity building connected to a residential 5-story residential building. The problems are, the challenges that we had was that Cottage Grove Avenue is really not a commercial street. It was a light manufacturing street for years, and it has a high traffic ratio on it. So the issue we had is trying to get the traffic off of the Cottage Grove Avenue onto our site, onto our campus. So what we did was we designed a driveway to the north of the site and inserted a parking lot to the north edge of the site, with the entry building almost in the lower center of the site, as you can see. In this way, what we can do is we can bring in traffic and multiple cars and drop off destinations that can land and drop off in our amenity building without disrupting the traffic on Cottage Grove Avenue. The next slide. This shows how the campus is opened up, and the residential building, the 5-story building, acts as a defining factor of the campus and makes it an inwardly operated campus. As you can see, that 1-story building is the amenity building, and the parking is in front of it. To the right, to the west, we have elevated railroad tracks, and we have, again, Cottage Grove Avenue, which is a thoroughfare which is briskly used by traffic in high traffic area. Next slide. This is an aerial of it, and you can see again to the right is Cottage Grove Avenue, and it shows how we have oriented the axis of the campus, the north-south axis of the residential street, so we can maximize the fenestration to the residential units. The 1-story amenity building has community rooms, offices, lounges, salon, fitness area, kitchen, meeting rooms, and library. And they're all arranged around a central private atrium interior corridor, interior patio, which is designed with landscape for private use for residents. The mid-rise is a 70 apartment unit, which has 1 and 2 bedroom units, which has laundry, storage, refuge area, and mechanical area. Next slide, please. This is the typical plan, which shows our 1 and 2 bedroom units. It shows the lobby area. This is the typical 4 stories of the plan. Next slide. This is a blow up of the units, of the unit types that we have, the 1 and 2 bedroom units. Next slide. This is a landscape plan, which shows what we did was, in order to bring a sort of a wayfinding attention to the area, is we established this sort of art wall at the edge of the northern edge of the campus as you drive through. It has artists, it has some graphics that is designed by Imani Village artists, and it has the naming rights of Imani Village on there. In addition to that, we have a double grove row of trees, which acts as a grove, which acts as a buffer for the lower level and the residential buildings from the traffic area, high traffic area of Cottage Grove and the elevated Metro Railroad tracks to the west. As you can see in this one, you can also see the landscape interior courtyard to the amenity building. Next slide. Again, this is the same really slide, more detailed information, landscaping on it. Next slide. Next slide. The envelope of the building, the expression of the building, is with gray metal panels. This is sort of a modernistic statement with the residential building itself. The amenity building is also a metal panel, but it has a textured wood finish to it to soften the appearance of it and give it a warm feel for the building that the residents will spend a lot of time in. Again, the envelope is a pattern which derived from a Ghanaian fabric pattern, which we discovered. As you know, Trinity has a high tie to the African community, and we sort of use that expression to assist us with sort of wrapping this building. Again, there's another view of the building with the lower amenity building and the building in the background. The original imagery of the mid-rise building was taken from the first portion of this Imani Village, which is a larger master plan, which was an Advocate medical building, which we did a couple of years ago, which is located on 95th. It is also a horizontal imagery and treatment. And we wanted to, the idea was just to carry on this sort of vocabulary throughout the development. Again, showing the metal panels with the accent colored metal panels on the building. Again, that's the back of it, showing again the connection between the amenity building and the mid-rise building. This is just a sheet showing the palette, showing the metal building, the metal panels, and also the wall, the art wall, which is going to be made out of masonry, which we wanted to have a distinctive look on it. This is a plan showing the extent of the phases. You see phase 1, phase 2. You can see phase 2 has additional parking and also has the phase 2 building itself. The phase 1 is going to have proposed 2 spaces for electrical vehicles. Let me put that in. Plus it has bicycle parking as well. This is a survey and pretty much of the site. And this has been a long day for everybody. So that's going to end by presentation. Now we'll take questions.
Sure, and I will wrap up with DPD's recommendations. So first, the project will not adversely affect the continued industrial viability of Burnside industrial corridors, that it complies with the Chicago Sustainable Industries Plan that we looked at earlier, is compliant with the plan development standards and guidelines, and ensures a level of amenities that is appropriate to the nature and scale of the project, is designed to promote pedestrian interest, safety, and comfort, and is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of use, density, and building scale. So I ask that you please refer to the staff report for further details on this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application for the establishment of the plan development and the zoning map amendment in the Burnside Industrial Corridor be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Noah.
Chairwoman, yes, I just wanted to clarify for the plan commissioners, one thing that was mentioned in the presentation, and I want to make sure it's crystal clear what's being voted on today, is there are no changes contemplated as part of this application or presentation to the existing industrial corridor boundaries. That would be a separate planning study exercise or something that's contemplated at a future date. So the plan commissioners are not voting on that action today. The action is the zoning change within the portion of the corridor boundaries and the proposal as shown by Erica today.
Great, perfect. Thank you for that clarification. Do we have a statement on file, or is it from the Alderman?
I've spoken verbally to Alderman Harris. She's in full support of it. I'm not sure if she made it here today on the call, but they are in full support of the proposal.
Okay. Okay, I am not seeing any questions or comments, so let me go ahead and ask for a motion on the proposed residential business plan development and a proposed industrial corridor map amendment within the Burnside Industrial Corridor. Kennedy 96 and Cottage Grove Plan Development Series LLC for the property generally located 9619-9645 South Cottage Grove Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval.
Madam Chairman, I think I saw Commissioner Sorrell's hand up.
Oh, it went up after I start reading. Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Let me get a first and a second on the motion, and then I'll go to Commissioner Searle.
Second from Commissioner
I'll make the
Wagasback.
motion.
All right, so Commissioner Curl makes the motion. Then who was the other voice I heard?
Commissioner Wagasback.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you so much. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Searle.
I just wanted to say that this is a really good example of, another affordable building, kind of very simple planning and site planning. But it also represents the inhabitants and the neighborhood and the culture there, even just by the simple use of this, I think it's Imani, kind of pattern, and using that as elements for colored panels on the building, and I think it works very well. So
Thank you.
just to compare it to our last project, I think this is a nice project. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Searle. With that, let me go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Barkley.
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfeld.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett. I'm not hearing you, Commissioner Burnett. I don't know if you're talking. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Burnett is a yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner
Cox is a yes.
Yes, I got that. Commissioner Escudero.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores. Are you still on, Commissioner Flores?
She had to leave.
Okay, she's done. Commissioner Lyons.
Yes.
Commissioner Moore.
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy. Commissioner Murphy is gone. Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Commissioner Pinedo.
He's a recusal.
Thank you. Sorry, I got that and I forgot. Commissioner Pinedo is recused himself. Commissioner Reyes.
Yes.
Commissioner Searle is he?
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw has left. Commissioner Tunney. I think, well, he'd already left. Okay, and then Commissioner Wagaspa.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Everyone.
Next item on the agenda is D10, a Type 1 Industrial Corridor Map Amendment in the North Branch Industrial Corridor. Has been proposed by Litton and Ventures LLC for the property generally located at 1690 North Elston Avenue. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from M3-3 Heavy Industrial District and to C3-3 Commercial Manufacturing and Employment District. This will allow for the repurposing of the existing two-story masonry building on site for use in its entirety as tenant office space and the construction of new office space and 50 vehicular parking spaces in the remainder of the lot. Max Lyon will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal. Mr. Lyon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Max Lyon. I'm the lead planner for this proposal with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant, Litton Ventures LLC, is here today to propose a Type 1 Industrial Corridor Map Amendment to rezone the site from an M3-3 district to a C3-3 district. This will allow for the renovation and construction of new commercial office space on the site. The site is located in the Westtown community area directly east of the I-90 Kennedy Expressway and approximately 2 blocks north of West North Avenue. The site is located in the North Branch Industrial Corridor. The Westtown community population is 87,781, with its top 2 industries of employment being administration and accommodation of food service, as well as healthcare, science, and other technical services. 44.7% of the area's workforce currently lives outside of Chicago. The rectangular shaped site is approximately 17,625 square feet and is bounded by North Elston Avenue to the east, West Wabansia Avenue to the north, North Beasley Court to the west, and a single-story manufacturing building to the south. These photographs, taken near the project site, help show additional site context and streetscape, particularly from Wabansia and Elston. These are additional context photographs from the north and west sides of the site. The applicant is proposing to rezone the site from an M3-3, a heavy industry district, to a C3-3, commercial, manufacturing, and employment district. This will allow for the existing on-site building to be utilized as commercial office tenant space, with the addition of new office space and parking in the remainder of the site. In May of 2017, the CPC approved the North Branch Framework Plan. 2 of its primary goals are to maintain the corridor as an economic engine and a vital job center, as well as enhance the area's unique natural and built environment. The surrounding land uses in the area include commercial, office, residential, industrial, and open park space, as well as some vacant land. The zoning map amendment was filed and introduced to City Council on September 14, 2021, and the project team has subsequently received a letter of support from both the North Branch Works organization as well as Alderman Hopkins. Construction is expected to begin is expected to be completed by 2023. And now I will turn the presentation over to Tim Barton, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of this proposal.
Thank you, Max. Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and members of the Commission. For the record, again, my name is Tim Barton. I'm the attorney with the law firm of Thomas R. Raines. Joining me here are is Max Pearsall, the managing member of the Litton Ventures LLC, and the project architect, Chris Talsma of Philorama Talsma Architects. At the outset, I want to thank both Max Lyons and Noah Zafranik for their assistance in developing this project. What we're looking at here, a summary of the benefits. As you can see, there was a conversion fee of almost $216,000 paid. This project will be a significant investment. There'll be up to $2 million. There will be $2 million invested in it. Construction jobs look like they'll be up to 75, and the permanent jobs will also be 75. Next slide, please. As Max said, this is at the southwest corner of Elston and Wabansia. Here, we're looking southwest. It's an existing 2-story building. It will be maintained. As you can see, just by its general appearance, it is a building that has been in the community for probably well over 60 years, just given its architectural character. As I say, this will be maintained. Next slide, please. This is the side elevation and along Wabansia. There'll be a 2-story addition on the rear of the building, which is to the right of this photograph. There will be 50 parking spaces. You can go to the next slide. At the basement and first floor, there will be parking. At the second floor will be offices. The building is being built, is being developed in 2 phases. Let me clarify, even though there are 3 parcels indicated. This original parcel is, or the original building is shown in teal here. Just to the west of it is a gray portion, which is being developed right now. It's being constructed based on a building permit that was issued earlier this year. This last portion is what would be built with this plan or with this zoning change. Again, it will have 2 stories of parking at the lower level and and offices above. Overall, it'll be 36,920 square feet. The building is within a 1/4 mile of the Kennedy Expressway, and it's also in a TSL located near the Ashland Avenue bus stops on North Avenue. Next slide, please. This is a view of the proposed addition, where the building is just west of the Lincoln Yards plan development, which is rapidly changing the character of the area. The cladding on this will be an aluminum, we'll have aluminum composite panels, an aluminum storefront system, and an aluminum pipe louver system, as you can see here. These are views. This is the south side looking from the west, and the south side looking from the east. Thanks. The current renovation and addition were permitted under the current M3 zoning. The purpose of this rezoning is to broaden or to allow office use more than 9,000 square feet. That is only allowed in M3 district. The design was reviewed and approved by Chicago Department of Transportation. Fire Prevention Bureau and the Mayor's Office for People with Disabilities. Next slide, please. Here are the sections of the building. The parking, you can see the arrangement of it. As mentioned, there will be 50 parking spaces, which will be a significant amenity for the area. Most of this parking is non-accessory and available for public parking. Let's see. Next slide, please. Again, here is the layout of the building. The parking will be in this western portion down here, both on the first and second levels. And one more slide, please. Here's the first floor, and next slide, please. Second floor with the additional office space. Thank you for your consideration. I'll turn it back over to Max.
Again, this is Max Lyon with the DPD. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed this proposal and has determined that it is appropriate for the following reasons. The change in zoning will not adversely affect the continued viability of the North Branch Industrial Corridor. The North Branch Framework Plan identifies office use as an appropriate use for this area. The proposed zoning classification is compatible with the surrounding zoning. And the proposed project has a letter of support from Alderman Hopkins. Please refer to my staff report for further details on this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application for the zoning map amendment in the North Branch Industrial Corridor be approved and forwarded to City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Buildings Standards as such. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Lyon. So are there, I'm not seeing any questions or comments from commissioners. And we do have a letter on file from Alderwoman Harris. So I'm going to go straight to requesting a motion on the proposed type 1 industrial corridor map amendment in the North Branch Industrial Corridor. So go ahead, Noah.
Just for the record, want to clarify that the letter came from Alderman Hopkins. This item is in the second.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Sorry.
Sorry.
No, thank you for that clarification, not Harris, Hopkins. Do I have a motion on the proposed type 1 industrial corridor map amendment in the North Branch Industrial Corridor, which has been proposed by Lifton Adventures LLC for the property generally located at 1690 North Elston Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved by Commissioner Searle.
Thank you, Commissioners. Seconded by?
Commissioner Escalante.
I'm sorry?
Commissioner Escalante.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Escalante gives us a second on that. Vote for roll call votes. My spreadsheet disappeared. Okay, there it is. Okay, Commissioner Barkley. No vote on Commissioner Barkley. Commissioner Brumfield?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett? Commissioner Burnett? No vote on Commissioner Burnett. Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Escudero?
Yes.
Commissioner Flores has left, I'm sorry. Commissioner Lyons?
Yes.
Commissioner Moore?
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Commissioner Novata?
Yes.
Commissioner Pinedo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reyes?
Yes.
Commissioner Searle?
Yes.
Commissioner Shaw has left. Commissioner Tunney has left. Commissioner Wagaspak?
Yes.
Fantastic. The motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We have nothing under the item of Chairman's update informational presentations. So this does conclude this month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
By
Pinedo.
Pinedo, seconded by?
Yes.
Thank you, commissioners. I must do a roll call, however. Commissioner Brumfeld?
Here.
Commissioner Burnett? Commissioner Cordova is a yes. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Escudero?
Yes.
Commissioner, is there an Enye, or am I not saying it right, or is there an Enye or no?
There is an Enye.
Okay. So Commissioner Lyons,
Yes.
Commissioner Moore,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy, Commissioner Novata.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, got Murphy and got Novata and Pinheiro.
Yes.
And Reyes,
Yes.
Searle,
Yes.
and Wegesbach.
Yes.
All righty. So that does this month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is now adjourned at 1:13 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Have happy holidays. Be safe. And we'll look forward to seeing you the third week of January. Thank you to all the staff. Thank you, Noah. Thank you, Kamal, for your technical assistance. Thank you, Barb Perkovich, for your great clerical, what am I looking for? The work that you do. And all of you, happy holidays. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you
For
very
you
much.
too.
Likewise.
Happy holidays.